Call this meeting to order at 6:03. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Call, please.
Johnson.
Here.
Kelly.
Here.
Mikulski.
Here.
Polika. Here. Leaksmay.
Here. Now, approval of the agenda, and we have some.
Mayor, I move to approve the agenda with the following changes. I would like to move item 7E, approval of the resolution honoring 40 years of service by Jose Gonzalez, to the 7 o'clock meeting.
Okay.
And I would like to move item 7I, approval of the listed appointments and reappointments to city boards and commissions, to the regular agenda item 8A.
All right. Support.
Polika.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes.
Leaksmay.
Yes. Looks like our first presentation be 6 o'clock, okay. Looks like it's the lead line replacement updates from DPW.
Yeah.
This is the 2024 lead service line replacement program update. I am James Jameson, the Director of Public Works. This is Jeffrey Weeks, the project manager.
Jim, can you pull the microphone up?
Yes, I can.
Just so the people who are watching.
So real quick, the preamble, I'm going to give a little bit of context, and then Jeff's going to talk about the program itself, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about how the lead service replacement program is a highly regulated process in which federal and state agencies both prescribe rules. We talk a lot about DEQ, EGLE, EPA, and there's really not a lot of as much time spent explaining who they are and what they do. So the state department that regulates these things is the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy, EGLE, formerly known as DEQ, which is a lot easier to remember. The Fed is the EPA, or the Environmental Protection Agency, and the lead and copper rules do go further back than this, but 1991 is when it really came to the forefront for water supply. So the EPA passed lead and copper rule in 91. A lot of things have changed since then. The state actually came out with a state lead and copper rule in 2018, somewhat in response to Flint or after Flint, in which they prescribed stronger rules and regulations than the current EPA guidance. In 2021, the lead and copper rule revisions were passed by the EPA, and lead and copper rule improvements of 2023 have been proposed, but have not yet taken place. And also, if there are any questions, please just stop me. So the Michigan State Lead and Copper Regulation is led by EGLE. The Michigan's Lead and Copper Rule, again, was the most stringent lead and copper rule in the country. It was passed in June of 2018. It prescribed annual lead and copper water testing in 30 properties. It required to identify all service line materials for water supplies. It required that water supplies also annually replace 5% of lead and galvanized. The reason they chose 5 is it was initially a 20-year completion requirement, so that would have been 2041. Public and private expense, that's a big one. They said that that is all to be borne by the system, which means that Ferndale replaces both the private and the public sides. The action level was dropped from 15 parts per billion to 12 parts per billion in 2025. So technically it hasn't happened yet, but it will happen next year. And that is what affects the lead and copper testing. When you have homes above a 90th percentile, it's all kind of difficult to explain, but the big thing is anything over 12 is a big deal, and it requires additional communication, emergency replacements, and then it can double your lead and copper sampling. And that's as of now. Things may change, and they won't get weaker, they'll get more stringent. So the EPA's lead and copper rule improvements, those came out in October 24, so just recently. They're requiring 10-year, 100% replacement by 2037. It lags a little bit. It starts 3 years from now, so it ends up being 13 years. They require first and fifth draw sampling, which was one of the more stringent Michigan requirements. They require that every water system has a service line replacement plan. There's increased communication, transparency, and most importantly, EPA is not providing funding along with all of these requirements. So, quick summary of what we're going to talk about tonight. A lot of the work that we performed, and DPW made a lot of good work was performed, and DPW made a few important improvements to the LSLR program. So we're going to go over annual program updates. That's when I hand over the floor to Jeff shortly here. EPA Get the Lead Out Initiative, I'm going to discuss that a little bit, how we change our prioritization, how we rolled out 3 years of scheduling, self-reporting tool, a public map of, I don't even know why I included that because I always forget what it stands for, but we'll get there. Distribution systems, materials, inventory. ARPA verifications, which I'll go over that as well. And now it's time for Jeff.
All right, still employed, back again, 4th year. I'm going to approach the bench and show you something, and this is what we're actually getting out of people's water line. Here we go. This is the good one. So this is a piece of galvanized steel. And as you can see, this is 1 inch. Well, I got a big area. Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. So 1 inch galvanized steel, I'm going to walk it by all of you. You can clearly see the sediment in there. This particular piece is probably getting, I mean, quite frankly, 1/8 of an inch of water flow through it. So okay. Besides just bringing in show and tell every year, we do a lot of great work in our own minds, of course, at the DPW. I want to show you another piece or two right here. I'll come over here and hold it up. I'm not that strong, so set it down. But that way, I want to really show you, because if you haven't seen the work, and she's been lucky enough to come out with us, and she stood around, you know, the holes and seen all the work. So here's what we got. Okay, so this is a valve box. This goes over your water shutoff that we all have in the front yard. We can turn off people's water as needed and turn it back on. We all know this. So this sits right on top of the water shutoff. Now what you've got here in this piece, and this is what we fight. So you can see copper. You see the skinnier 3/4 inch line right here on both sides. And as we initially looked at this home, we thought it was copper. But you can see as we dug further back, it turns to lead on both sides. So this home was lucky enough, we caught it, full replacement was performed. New valve box goes in, new water shut off, all included in the price that we do there. This was taken from, there's no HIPAA laws here, everyone. This is taken from an apartment complex over on Withington. This is 1.5 inch lead, just a lot bigger piece of lead, just like smaller pieces of lead. As you know, 100 years ago, they would wrap 2 pieces of lead in more lead. It was industry standard at the time. This was right at the meter. So a full replacement was performed on the apartment complex, the beautiful copper in the ground, 1.5 inches. So anyway, let's show and tell. Here we go. All right, so many of you have seen this before. I'll try not to bore you, I promise. So as you look at this diagram right here, we are replacing everything from the water main all the way to the water meter at no expense to our residents. It's all covered. Wherever we find lead, we remove lead, replace it with copper. So again, same joke, no HIPAA laws. 1905 Symes, we found lead all the way from the water main to the water meter, and here's what they get in the end. We wanted to show you both the before, right there, and the after. So there on the left, that's your water main in the street. Beautiful 1-inch copper tie-in, brand new corp was established. What that means is we tapped into the water main. In the middle there, that's the water shutoff. A new valve box went over that. And then, of course, in the basement. So you can see that line coming out of the wall, quarter turn shutoff right at the water meter.
Through the chair. So how far do you go within the house replacing the copper? Because if I look here, it looks like it's all copper from the meter all the way into the house.
Yeah, that's a great question. We go to the water meter, right up to the water meter. So for those of us that are looking at that, on the left, that's all us. The homeowner had replaced all of their galvanized line long before we got there with that copper. It just so happens that it looks really good tied in together. But to the left of the meter, that's all us.
Okay, just wanted everyone to know how far we go.
And here's what we did. We're almost done with 2024. There might be another emergency replacement coming up here. But so far, we have spent $3.25 million. We replaced 515 homes. We verified 1,002 homes. And when I say verify, what that means is the big Vector truck comes down the street with hydrojetting, and we find out at the valve box and water shutoff what's going on in your home before I even get into a basement to, if we need to acquire additional information. So that's what a verification is outside in the front lawn. We did 1,002 of those. We have, we really do have 4,000 to 4,500 left to replace. That's the reason we're all kind of talking about this now and in the future, sure. If we go with the government mandated timeline, we're looking at about 347 annually. And I'm sure your minds are trying to put some numbers together. Jim's going to go through all that. But we replaced 515 this year for $3.25 million. So this isn't going to be free, fortunately. And here's just some more totals just to tie it all in together. 240 Lewiston. Whew, look at that one. That's a good one. That was West Lewiston. That's real pretty. We spent about $11.5 million. We have performed 2,103 replacements, and that includes public side, private side, and full replacements. They all count as one replacement, each one. We verified 3,000 homes in their front yards. We have replaced, Jim and I, Dan Tosick before Jim, we know that there's approximately 61% of homes here in Ferndale, homes and businesses, are going to have lead. We're running at about 10,000 water lines. So there you go, 6,100 or so right in there. So yes, I know it's a convenient number, but we really have got through about 33% of the existing lines. 63%, yeah, it's 61 to 63, there you go, we'll take the top end. And our average replacement cost, and this combines the private, the public, and a full replacement, full obviously being the most expensive, but if you average it all out, about $5,800, so. Let's see, so we continue to use a company called Gustafson Horizontal Directional Drilling, LLC, for our planned replacements throughout the year. D'Angelo Brothers, LLC, out of Farmington, they do a great job also. They come in for our emergency digs when we have a broken water line. Also a wonderful contractor. I think we're in my opinion, I think we're very lucky to have two that really do a nice job. When we're running hot, 4 and 5 months out of the year, Gustafson will replace 5 to 6 homes per day. And that's how we get to our number that you saw. We were 515. D'Angelo Brothers, they come in and they knock out another 10 to 15 when needed. They're on call. Excuse me. There you go, it's right there. Finding good contractors is invaluable to the process. That is true. We went through some other contractors in the beginning of this. We've got 2 good ones. Don't tell them, or they'll come looking for an increase in pay, but they do pretty good. Is this you, sir? You back in the saddle? Okay. I'm getting subbed out. I'm only allowed to talk so much, so here comes Jim again to take this home.
He is here for questions. EPA got the let out. So second thing we get to, the Ferndale was selected last spring by the EPA to take part in the GLOW initiative. And the GLOW initiative, get the let out, started off with getting us involved in some best practice meetings. We always try to strive for incremental change to get better at what we do, and this is a great way to kind of connect theory with practice. The second part of that was community outreach. You see a picture here with me explaining to a resident a little bit about our water system. They lived on West Lewiston, and I know that because it's actually my brother-in-law. The door knock campaign, that was the 3rd step of the process. He posed really well for this picture. Pretended he was interested. We got data on 727 homes. Why is this important? And these numbers are approximate, but if we got into 727 homes, and I promise you we knocked on way more doors than that, but sometimes people aren't available, don't want to let us in, it's just a constant problem, or a hurdle. 63% of those homes are likely lead. If you multiply that by 325, which is the rate for Vector verifications, you get about $148,000. So I'm not saying that we definitely saved $148,000 because these numbers are malleable, but we did save probably 6 figures just from that aspect of the campaign, which is pretty great. Communications guide is in development. Policy book rewrites. We have a policy that we put together about 3 years ago. It needs some updating, some fine tuning. We're working on that with EPA help as well. They do a great job with communications, so we're kind of leaning on for it. We've got some code rewrite. They're supporting that as well. These steps are all in progress. They work with communities around the country. They have some great resources, so we're really thankful for their help and guidance. So the third thing I'd like to talk about, well, second thing I'd like to, first thing was Jeff, is the lead service line replacement program prioritization. So as we come out of the end of our pavement program, we're pretty much in front of all of our pavement infrastructure work. We have water main infrastructure work that we are now ahead of, but we have adjusted our prioritization in conjunction with those things and to kind of make way for best practices. And these are in order of importance. So lead lines per block is the highest priority for us. That gives us the highest impact in the community. The quadrant approach, so I'm not a graphic designer, I just scribbled 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not actually officially what they are, but we have 4 quadrants in the city built around Woodward and 9 Mile. We make sure to evenly space our program out so that way all these improvements are shared within the community. It's going to take 13 years. We didn't want to focus on one quad without the other, so we make sure to space it around. Infrastructure projects are still thought of. They're lower priority because we're coming to a close on our pavement, but we always have to stay ahead of our priorities so that way we're not digging the roadway twice. Emergency work as it occurs is addressed. As Jeff said, D'Angelo Brothers comes in when we have a service line leak, they do a replacement. And then we have other determinations to meet 5% replacement requirement, and that's probably been on here for the last, well, since we've done this program, because there are times where we need to make sure that we get 20 or 30 more, or we have to focus somewhere to make sure that we're hitting our state mandate, and we need the ability to do that. Flexibility. 3-year LSLR program schedule. So fourth thing, at the request of council, DPW published a 3-year construction schedule for the LSLR program, and that is available on the website that we updated. We, again, focused on lead-heavy blocks. We used to focus on infrastructure blocks, but we're kind of getting past that now. 350 to 450 annually is what we kind of looked at. 500 ideally to start is what we would like to do. And again, funding, and you'll hear about this later, is the key element of our plan. So the self-reporting tool, website, and public map, these are kind of all rolled into one, but DPW created a self-reporting tool. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that HRC did definitely help us on that. And we made the material data map available on our website. So residents submit the self-reporting information, we approve, that data is updated on the map, that map is published on the website, that map is updated quarterly. So far, the self-reporting tool has provided information on 403 homes, which is great because like the door knock campaign, when we realize that there's a lead in a home, that means that we can skip the verification for that address, and then we save our costs for vector verification. So this is actually a pic from the service line data map. It shows Breckenridge, Leland, Vester. There are 3 points. As Jeff mentioned, there's the internal, there's the public side, and the private side. So if you look at the ones that say LLL, that's been verified as lead inside, lead outside on both sides. So I will mention too that this map is a work in progress. It may be difficult to see address. That's something that we've already taken feedback, and we are trying to make an improvement on there to make it a little more user. Just briefly on the website, we simplified it. We put high priority information at the top, so that way residents weren't searching through a lot of information before they got to what they really cared about. And on the website now you can find the self-reporting tool, the map, our verification streets, and 3 years of replacements. So I lost count of which one this is, but this is the American Rescue Plan Act funded verifications, which is part of our strategy that we came to council for in May of last year. So at that time, council approved ARPA funding for approximately 1,000 verifications. Again, our cost is $325, so that's about $325,000 that we use to bank as many verifications as possible. So just to kind of discuss that for a minute, you always need to bank more verifications than you plan to replace. Your program should always have more verifications than replacements, for the obvious reason that if you can't do a replacement until you've verified what's there. And that's why it's important, always important to continue doing verifications. So these verifications are also cost effective. They help us improve budgeting and planning, because if we have 100 homes on a block and we know exactly what's in the ground for those 100 homes, we can more accurately predict the cost of the program for that block. And we have some additional GLOW verifications that should be coming soon. We're just working out some details on using our contractor to perform those verifications. So to go on to our annual lead and copper sampling, and this is one of the things that kind of drives the program in a way, because it ties back into the Michigan lead and copper rule. 2024, there's just this last year, Eagle confirmed we had one address above the action level that was replaced within 30 days. All others in that 30 pool of properties, these are all properties with lead service lines, they came in under 10 parts per billion. 15 parts per billion is the action level. 10 is what we think we'll see 3 to 4 years from now. So we actually would have done pretty well even with the more stringent guidelines. 2023, we had 2 above the action level, again, of 15. Those were both replaced. 2022, we had 0. 2021, we were required to do double testing because in 2020, we were above the 90th percentile. And then I'm sure everyone remembers that. In 2019, we were under the 90th percentile. So funding, lead and service line is an expensive program. The need is funding. We, again, spent $11.5 million over 4 years. We've sought out grants. We won, we were successful in getting a DWAM grant to do additional verifications. That was depleted in 2023. The state revolving loan fund that we received, I believe in 2021, was depleted in 2024. It was 3.5 over 3 years. Yeah, that sounds right. In May, council approved $1.7 million in addition to the ARPA for lead service line replacements. That was to get us to January. We'll discuss that more on the regular agenda for the next meeting. 125,000 of that money remains. So the SRF application, we apply for these every year. For 2025 was not successful. The SRF application for 2026 is pending. We actually talked to Eagle last week. I'll provide a little bit of detail on that as well on the regular agenda item. Future funding, as I said, will be discussed later. And next step for residents. As I said, this is a long-term process. It's going to take 13 years for us to do what we need to do to get to 100% completion. The first thing that residents can do is self-report your home. Getting that information in our system is critical. The more we know, the better we can prioritize and plan the program going forward. And there are some steps that you can do at your home to minimize your lead in your drinking water. So you can remove lead plumbing fixtures. Some people don't understand that plumbing fixtures themselves can contain lead. So if you have an old fixture, you think it may contain lead, replace that with something modern. Flush your pipe. So when you wake up, first thing in the morning, run your cold water before you drink it, before you make coffee in the morning. That will ensure that you're drawing water from the main and it's not something that's been sitting in the service line. Also, clean your aerators. So not a lot of people, or maybe more than I think, a lot of people seem not to realize that aerators exist. It's a filter that's made to have the faucet stream water a little bit better, but it also collects mineral deposits and things that you don't want to drink. So just unscrew it, clean it. If you don't want to put it back on, just leave it off. That's better. Use cold water for drinking and cooking. Your hot water tank holds water, sediment, other things can kind of collect in the bottom of it. And if you're drinking hot water, it's going to draw that from your hot water tank. Again, this is an easy step that we can take. Use a lead-reducing water filter. And then what's key here is that it's NSF or ANSI Standard 53 approved. Not all filters filter lead. Make sure that you look for these letters. And that's it. Thank you.
There's no action on this item. However, I'll open it up to council for questions regarding the update.
No questions, just, thanks to Jim and the team at Public Works for, keeping this moving. I know it's a lot. It's a lot to be doing on top of all the other things that DPW does, and I know we and the residents appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next up, we will have the annual presentation of the audited financial statements for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024 with Phil.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just doing an introduction. We've finished our audit for the 2024 fiscal year, and Aaron is going to touch on the highlights. Aaron is from Maynard Area, and they conducted the audit for us.
All right, thank you. My name is Aaron Stevens. I am from Maynard Harrison. A couple of general comments before we get to the audit presentation. Wanted to thank Phil and Jamie and the rest of the city staff for their courtesy, cooperation, and assistance. We know we're a disruption to the routine, and we do appreciate their help while we were here in the field and after, and beyond until we got through the report preparation process. What I plan to do is highlight what I consider to be the key parts of the report, as I've done in the past. If you've been here or heard me present this before, it's going to look familiar, but I'm not very original. So I always like to remind everyone that the purpose or objective of an audit is to express opinions on the financial statements. The purpose of an audit is not to detect fraud or give you an opinion on your internal control, and that is because fraud detection, deterrence, prevention, and sound internal control are management responsibilities. Now, if we find fraud, if we have recommendations on how to improve your internal control, we certainly would share that with you in the form of a written report on internal control. That report would be considered a byproduct of the audit. The purpose of the audit is to express opinions on the financial statements. In the report on the financial statements, the bound document that was passed out this evening, the independent auditor's report is presented on pages 1 through 3. I've included just a couple of slides to highlight again what I think are the key parts of that report. From the second paragraph of the independent auditor's report, it reads, "In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects." That phrase is the important phrase. "Present fairly in all material respects" is what we refer to as an unmodified opinion. To put that into some perspective for you, a qualified opinion might read something like, "Except for capital assets or except for long-term debt, the financial statements are fairly presented." An adverse opinion is when the financial statements are not fairly presented, and then the only other option or alternative that we have as auditors would be to disclaim an opinion altogether. We just couldn't audit your records. I'm not sure why it's cutting out. But, so of the options that we have as auditors, you have what you're looking for in the unmodified opinions. It is the highest level of assurance that we can provide for a set of financial statements. In the fourth paragraph on page 1 of that independent auditor's report, we highlight that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements, and that does include the internal control over that preparation and fair presentation. In the first paragraph on page 2 of the independent auditor's report, our objective is to express opinions on the financial statements, and what that means is audits are designed to obtain reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects, in not all misstatements. So to kind of paraphrase what that means, we don't look at every single transaction. We make sample selections. We test transactions from significant transaction cycles. The results of those tests determine what further audit procedures we will perform. So you wouldn't want to pay us to look at every single transaction, and we don't look at every single transaction that occurred throughout the year. The report does consist of 2 sets of financial statements, the government-wide financial statements and fund-level financial statements. Government-wide financial statements are prepared on the full accrual basis of accounting. What that means is they primarily have a long-term perspective, but they're only prepared once a year. The only time you see government-wide financial statements is in this report, in your audit report. My presentation is going to focus primarily on the fund-level financial statements rather than the government-wide statements, but I do want to share a couple of metrics with you on the government-wide financial statements. Governmental activities had a strong liquidity as of June 30th, 2024. So to calculate your current ratio, we take current assets and divide it by current liabilities. That tells you how capable you are to pay your bills as they come due. Your liquidity was 3.22 as of June 30th. The unrestricted net position was negative at the end of the year due to the amount of long-term debt, net pension liability, and net OPEB liability that you have recorded. However, the general employee retirement system pension is well funded at 423%. The police and fire pension is funded at about 78%, and your other post-employment benefits is funded at about 64%. Total net position did increase by approximately $5.7 million for the year ended June 30, 2024. So it was a positive year, but your unrestricted net position was still negative at the end of June. Under business type activities, you added $159,000 to your total net position for the year ended June 30, 2024. Business type activities present the same information that you see in the enterprise funds. So I'm going to hold off any further presentation until we get to the fund level. We'll touch on your 2 enterprise funds. Governmental fund financial statements are presented on pages 14 and 16. Governmental funds, the financial statements are presented on the modified accrual basis of accounting, which is a current financial resources focus. So what you won't see on the balance sheet would be things like your capital assets, your long-term debt, your net pension liability, and so forth. Should be a more familiar presentation for you because this is the level at which your budgets are prepared, and the interim reporting that you get throughout the year is at the fund level. The governmental funds balance sheet is presented on page 14. It is a snapshot of your assets, your liabilities, your deferred inflows, which are very similar to liabilities, and the net of those 3 things, or those 3 items, would be your fund balances. I tend to focus on the fund balance for the general fund. As of June 30th, your total general fund balance was $8.7 million. That could be broken down into 5 potential classifications. as you see in the middle of the slide there, non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. When I look to see or talk about financial health for the general fund, I take the assigned portion and unassigned portion of your fund balance and compare that with your expenditures for the year. And I do that because you can assign an unassigned fund balance with a budget amendment at management's discretion. You can change that number. It is available for the city to use in the future. So the assigned fund balance as of June 30th was about $9,800. Unassigned fund balance in the general fund was about $7 million. So you take that total, the $6,993,000, and compare it to your expenditures, which were $24,541,000, plus your transfers out to other funds, which was another $200,000. So that almost $7 million represents approximately 28% of your annual expenditures for the general fund. The GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends that you maintain a minimum fund balance in your general fund that is equal to 2 months of normal operations. So 2 out of 12 months is approximately 17%, and the city is sitting at 28% as of June 30th. So that represents approximately 3.4 months of operations. Sticking with the general fund, total revenues for the year, $26.2 million. That was an increase of approximately $2 million from the 2023 revenue, so about an 8% increase. Property taxes increased about $1 million. Intergovernmental revenue, which would include any federal, state, and or local revenue, increased another $1 million. Expenditures at $24.5 million. That also was an increase, but it was about a 2% increase from the previous year, $489,000. Your net other financing sources and uses, you actually had a net other financing source of $123,000. So you added about $1.8 million to your general fund balance for the year. To give you a visual perspective of the last 5 years for the general fund, this bar graph represents total revenues, total expenditures, and total fund balance. As you can see, no change in fund balance in 2020 or 2021. You had a slight decrease in 2022, a slight increase in 2023, and then a fairly significant increase in 2024. But again, sound financial condition. I did want to point out, as you look at this graph, the city has worked very hard to hold expenditures almost flat. I mean, it was a 2% increase in 2024, but they've been fairly consistent for the last 3 years. In terms of the composition of your general fund revenue, your largest source of revenue is, of course, property taxes at 52%. They were 53% in 2023. Intergovernmental at 22%, they were 18% in the previous year, and then charges for services at 10%, which was no change. It was 10% in 2023 as well. Composition of your general fund expenditures, public safety at 57%. It was 56% in 2023, followed by general government at 19%. That was the same as 2023 as well. So fairly consistent on the composition of your expenditures. The 5-year line graph of your unrestricted fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. You can see that the general fund balance was approximately 25% in 2020, turning downward to 22% in 2023, and then back up to 28% in 2024. This is the same information, just in terms of dollars instead of percentages. That brownish orange line represents 17% of each year's expenditures and other financing uses. All right. The proprietary funds are presented on pages 18 through 20. Again, full accrual basis of accounting, much like the government-wide financial statements. The same information that we saw under business type activities in the government-wide financial statements is presented in the proprietary funds, but in more detail because it's broken down by fund and it's a different format. So we'll start with the water and sewer fund. Again, the statement of net position, this would be the balance sheet for the governmental funds, but the statement of net position is a snapshot in time of your assets, your liabilities, your deferred inflows, and the net of those 3 items would be your net position. So for the water and sewer fund, the total net position was $26.7 million as of June 30th. In this case, for proprietary funds or enterprise funds, you only have 3 potential classifications, invested in capital, restricted, and unrestricted. So here I take the unrestricted net position and I compare it with your expenses for the year, but I do factor out depreciation expense because depreciation is a non-cash expense. So here, unrestricted net position of 2.9 million divided by your total expenses of 10.8 million, subtracting out depreciation expense at 2.4, gives you about 35%. But you can't look at a proprietary fund the same way you look at at a governmental fund, such as the general fund, because of the change or the difference in the basis of accounting. So we can start to, when we talk about how healthy the fund balance or the net position is, we can start with operations at about 2 to 3 months, but we have to factor in any debt service requirements that you have coming up in the future, as well as any capital requirements. So we just heard about some of the capital items that are going to be added over the next 13 years. That's going to have an impact on how much net position you want to have. So don't think 17% is what we need for the water and sewer fund. You want more than that. This is a 5-year bar graph of the total revenues, total expenses, and total net position. You did add to your total net position for the past 5 years for this fund. You did use a little bit of net position in 2022. But again, when you look at that, it's deceiving because that's total net position. What you have available for use, so this bar graph is just the net position, but it's broken down into its components. What you have available for use is that bottom part that I guess it's blue or purple or whatever that is, at about 2.9 million of unrestricted. So unrestricted net position did increase from 23 to 24, but it's still rather light considering the 13 years of capital expenditures that you've got going forward. This, again, the unrestricted net position compared to operating expenses. So a downward trend in 2022 and then an upward trend in 23 and 24. As I said, your unrestricted net position did improve for this past fiscal year. All right, then we get to the auto parking fund. Again, a snapshot, assets, liabilities, deferred inflows, and then the net of those 3 items being net position. In the auto parking fund, your total net position was 1.1 million. Once again, it could be broken down into 3 potential classifications. You don't happen to have any restricted net position in this fund, but you do have an amount invested in capital assets, net of any related debt, and then the difference going to unrestricted. In this case, your unrestricted net position is negative. So it's a negative 1.8 million, which is 20.1 months in the hole. The good news is it did improve. So here's the similar 5-year bar graph, total revenues, total expenses, and total net position. As you can see, expenses have exceeded revenues in each of the past 5 years. But I said it improved, and that is because your unrestricted portion of the net position became less negative, while your amount invested in capital assets did decrease. It was an improvement of $287,000 from 23 to 24 for the unrestricted net position. And that's reflected in this graph as well. Again, a downward trend to 22 and then up to 23 and then a slight increase in 2024. Looking forward, the upcoming accounting pronouncements, note 16 starts on page 64. There are 4 accounting standards that you will have to contend with, as will we, in the coming years. GASB Statement 101 defines what a compensated absence is. It requires an analysis of whether the leave is more likely than not to be used, and if it is more likely than not to be used or otherwise paid out, it would be recorded as a liability in the government-wide or full accrual financial statements. That statement is effective for the year that you're in now, June 30, 2025. GASB Statement 102 requires an assessment of whether a concentration or constraint makes the city vulnerable to risk, events that could have an impact on the city, such as if you relied heavily on a particular vendor, that vendor goes out of business, it could impact city operations, you would need to disclose that in the notes to your financial statements. That standard is also effective for the year ending June 30, 2025. Statement 103, financial reporting model improvements. So we'll see changes to the management's discussion and analysis. We'll see changes on how unusual or infrequent items are reported, changes to the proprietary fund financial statement presentation, changes to reporting for major component units. That won't impact you. And then budgetary comparison information. This statement is effective for the year ending June 30, 2026, as is GASB Statement 104 on the disclosure of certain capital assets. Recent accounting standards have created, if you will, these intangible assets such as the right to use equipment, subscription-based IT arrangements, which is the leasing of software, public, private, and public partnerships. So we have different types of capital assets, and what this statement does is it requires those to be reported separately within the notes instead of combined into one capital asset disclosure. So again, effective for June 30, 2026. So we've got a little bit of time on that. All right. I tried to go through that pretty quickly because I know everyone is just enthused about an audit presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Aaron. I open it up to council if you have any questions regarding the audit.
No, I would just note that I want to give kudos to Aaron, of course, you, but Phil and the team in the finance group. You know, a clean audit is always good, and we've always had one, and I want to keep it going. And so thank you for your hard work. Thanks for keeping up with it. We've got 4 more GASB revisions, and they keep coming. So thank you for staying on top of those too, because it's a lot of work to stay on top of all that. So appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. We're now coming to the portion of the agenda where it's called audience.
Through the chair, I do believe we have a motion on that item.
Oh, we do have a motion on that item. That's right. We do. Thank
Oh,
you.
we do?
We do. Yes.
Oh, oops.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the final audited financial statements following the conclusion of the 2024 City of Ferndale audit.
I'll second.
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Yes.
Leaksma.
Yes. Now we're moving on to the call to audience, where you'll have, please come up to the podium. You can speak on anything on or off the agenda. Please state your name and your address, and I open it up to call to audience right now.
Mayor, did you want to mention that we have a call to audience at the 7 o'clock meeting as well?
We do. There's one also at the 7 o'clock meeting as well. So if we want to forego this and move on to the rest of the agenda, then we can do that as well, but I'm opening it up. All right. All right. I'm moving on to the consent agenda. Item 7A, approval of the November 25th, 2024 meeting minutes. 7B, approval to remit required payments to M Parks for the upcoming senior overnight trip. 7C, approval to enter into an agreement with Bittergy for surplus auction services. 7D, approval to enter into the 3-year agreement with the Good Neighbors Garden. 7E, approval to adopt the 2025 city meeting and observed holiday schedule. 7F, approval to submit assistance to the firefighters grant application. 7G, approval to renew a pawnbroker's license to be located at 1461 East 8 Mile Road to be held by the Aubrey Group, DBA Motor City Pawnbrokers 3, and approval of 2 surety bonds, each in the amount of $1,500. 7H, approval to renew a hotel motel license for Lotus Inn located at 330 West 8 Mile Road. 7I, approval of Harding Park access control updates for the amount for up to $27,319. 7J, approval of the finance policy and procedure rewrite by Plant Moran for a total of $60,000. 7K, approval of purchase and installation of brine sprayer for salt truck by Knapheide Truck Equipment for up to $20,000. 7L, approval of bills and payrolls as submitted by the finance director and subject to review by the council finance committee. And 7M, approval of roof repairs at the Curling Club by Newton Crane Roofing in the amount of $11,622.50.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support?
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. We're moving on to the regular agenda item, approval of the listed appointments and reappointments for city boards and commissions.
Through the chair, I just asked Councilman Polika to move this item to the regular agenda. There was one applicant, Mercedes Tardella, who was looking to be reappointed to the FAB committee. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, she did get a new job and her schedule no longer allows her to serve on this committee. So she's asked for us to pull her application.
In that case,
Sad for us, but congratulations to Mercedes.
for sure.
Then I move we approve the listed appointments and reappointments to city boards and commissions as submitted by the mayor with the amendment that Mercedes Tardella is removed.
Support?
Johnson,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. Quick, now we're at the call to council, or should we just forego that till the 7 o'clock? Okay. In that case, this meeting concludes at 6:54 PM, and we will start back up again at 7 o'clock. So we have a little bit of a break. Thank you. No soda?
Don't forget to eat something. Don't forget to eat something. You got 6 minutes to eat. You gotta eat something.
I don't know, maybe not.
Not for,
No, never mind. Good evening. I call this meeting to order at 7 o'clock. And we don't need to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
we do.
All right, then we will. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which one nation, under God, indivisible. May we have a roll call, please?
Johnson,
Here.
Kelly,
Here.
Mikulski,
Here.
Polka. Here. Leaks May.
Here. And now approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with two additions, adding 4A, a resolution in memory of William Bernard Lucas to presentations, and item 4B, approval of the resolution honoring 40 years of service by Jose Gonzalez, and moving the current 4A and 4B down to 4C and 4D.
Support.
Polka,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. All right, we will start with our presentations. The first one being to honor the memory of William Bernard Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ferndale. So I had the honor of working with the Public Works staff to draft this resolution. Last week, we lost one of our beloved staff members here at the City of Ferndale unexpectedly. And, you know, we're a small city government, we're a small team, and we're a family. And so, you know, the loss of one of us diminishes all of us. And so we wanted to honor that. We wanted to acknowledge what Luke did for the city. And so I received some amazing input from the Public Works Department and his colleagues and friends in DPW, who offered a lot of input on, you know, who Luke was and what it meant to work with him and what he meant to them. And I, you know, sort of knitted that together with sentiments from the City Council. And so I'm going to read that resolution to you all this evening. So for the City of Ferndale, a resolution in memory of William Bernard Luke Lucas. Whereas William Bernard Luke Lucas served the Ferndale community for over 34 years through exemplary work in the Department of Public Works, and through that work provided safe travel on our roadways, clean parks in which to gather, safe drinking water, outdoor recreation, and pleasant shade for the city and the people that he loved. And whereas Luke was one of the kindest and most positive people any of us has ever met, treating every day like a blessing even when it didn't seem to be. He greeted new employees with open arms and ensured they felt accepted as part of the DPW and Ferndale family. No matter the setting or situation, his gregarious nature meant he could talk to anyone and make them feel comfortable and heard. Whether you knew him for 4 weeks or 34 years, he made you feel like his dearest friend. And whereas Luke was known as Uncle Luke to the DPW staff because he cared for and mentored the crews he worked with for 34 years, nurturing successive generations of public servants and instilling the values of public service. He understood deeply the importance of what public works does, from the smallest tasks to the most significant feats, and through that understanding, he drew out the best in himself and in his friends. He recently overcame his hesitance to operate heavy equipment, demonstrating leadership and showing that service calls us to push ourselves and to rise to challenges. And whereas Luke never hesitated to be a shoulder to cry on or a hug when needed, he taught others that it was healthy to share their feelings and to talk through issues, and he embodied the qualities of empathy and understanding through listening and sharing his wisdom. His love for his family and friends was always on display. And whereas Luke's laughter, jokes, and booming voice brought joy and warmth to all, DJ Luke played music at many city events, from staff holiday parties, jingle and mingle, the Santa parade, and more. He delighted everyone by wearing his bat suit to blow leaves in Gary Park and plow snow throughout the city while wearing his Santa hat, creating memories for friends, colleagues, and residents that will endure forever. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ferndale City Council stands alongside the staff of the City of Ferndale to honor the life and service of William Bernard Luke Lucas and extends its deepest sympathies to his family and loved ones. And be it further resolved that we proclaim that Luke's music has not ended and his dedication to our community will not be forgotten. They live on in everyone whose lives he touched. And be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be presented to Luke's wife, Deanna, as a token of our respect and remembrance, and that a copy shall be transmitted to the Ferndale Historical Museum for permanent entry into the city's historical records. Approved on this day, and signed by all city council members and the mayor. So thank you to Luke for 34 amazing years. That's the kind of dedication to public service anyone could dream to aspire to. And thank you to Deanna for sharing Luke with us for 34 years and for being part of the Ferndale family. You will always be part of the Ferndale family, and we are here for you. We love you. Thank you.
Let's present it to her.
I'd like to come up and
Thank you, Deanna. We loved him too, so coming over, we're here for you, okay?
With the mayor's permission, I move to accept the resolution as presented.
Support.
Polika,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Johnson,
yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. We now have item 7B, the resolution of the service of Jose Gonzalez, presented by Councilmember Polika.
Yes, so I'll read the resolution that we're presenting tonight. I believe Jose is here. Oh, excellent. So in 1984, 40 years ago, Jose Gonzalez began his tenure with the Ferndale Housing Commission. Jose started as a custodian, bringing dedication and heart to every task. In 1986, just 2 years into his career, he took on the role of after-hours caretaker for Autumn House. In this unique position, Jose lived on site at the apartment building for 9 years, providing round-the-clock support and ensuring that facilities and people were cared for day and night. Jose's career evolved throughout the years, from custodian to janitorial maintenance, maintenance technician, and most recently, lead maintenance. With every step, he brought skill, expertise, and passion for excellence. Jose has been the go-to person for countless challenges, from fixing the unfixable to providing a calm, dependable presence during busy and stressful times. Jose's life outside of work has also been a testament to love and loyalty. He has been married to his wife for 33 years, and together they raised 3 sons, instilling in them their shared values of hard work, integrity, and love. Jose's family is a testament to his life and legacy. Today, we congratulate Jose on an incredible 40 years with the Ferndale Housing Commission. He has not just witnessed the evolution of the organization, he has been an integral part of its story. This body acknowledges Jose's incredible work and character and congratulates the dedication, loyalty, and strength of character behind this incredible milestone. And so we'd also like to present you, Jose, if you could come up. And council, if you could join me. Award says, Jose Gonzalez, for your dependable service and years of dedication, you are greatly valued as an essential member of our team.
Our next presentation is the,
Through the chair, can we get a motion on that one as well?
another motion,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I move to accept the resolution as presented.
Support.
Polika,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. All right. Item 4C is the 2024 Ferndale Community Foundation and Ferndale Pride Grant Distribution. It's presenting.
Mayor, we have former chairperson Dan Martin, former mayor Dan Martin, who has recently stepped down as chairperson for the foundation. But he will be presenting this evening along with Julia Music, Executive Director of Ferndale Pride, and myself.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I would like to introduce our treasurer, Greg Polika, and our new president, Toli Ashkenazi, if they can come up. And we're going to do this efficiency because we're giving away a lot of money today for us. We're going to call the organizations up, get a photo, if that's okay, with them, and then we'll do a group photo at the end. But the organizations that we're going to honor today, I'm so very proud of. The nonprofits and other organizations, they're the heartbeat of this community. And these grant funds, over $35,000 we're giving away tonight, is funded primarily by a passion project for the city, Ferndale Pride. So I'm so excited to be able to honor these groups today. And I'll call them up one by one if they can, again, come on up efficiently so we can move through this and honor the great work that's going on. And the first one is the Ferndale Community Concert Band. And this grant is for funding their 10-year celebration. They've been around 10 years. No, that's okay. Yeah, Charlie's dead. Next, we'd like to honor the Disability Network of Eastern Michigan for their inclusion experience. And we've got some folks from that organization. Next, we'd like to honor the Ferndale Housing Commission, which got approved funds for increasing accessibility for those with disabilities to be able to fully access the property on our sites. All right, next we're going to honor FernCare Free Clinic, and these fundings are going to go towards our prescription assistance programs for patients who get medication at absolutely no cost. So we're going to bypass the picture on that one. But we're still going to honor it. Next, we have the Ferndale Middle School Swim Team Boosters, and they've got a grant to support swim team equipment and activity at the middle school level. This is a volunteer organization, remember, as they're posing. Next, we have Renaissance Vineyard Food Pantry, which is getting funds to improve their IT equipment and to expand their offerings. Okay, next, I'd like to recognize the Ringwald Theater, which is going to use this money to bring little-known productions to performance at their theater. Are they here? Okay. Friends of the Ferndale Library for the summer concert series to help fund that. Ed? All right, next we've got the Ferndale Fine Arts Boosters. Mary, come on back up, or whoever's accepting. This is the Opportunities for Excellence pilot, which pairs our student musicians with professional musicians to further hone their skills. And if you see some of the same people up here again and again and again, it's a testament to people that put in to these charities and these organizations. Next is Sing Out Detroit to help fund their spring 2025 concert series. Next is the Southeast Oakland Coalition, which is providing funds for their speaker series in the schools. Carol? And next we've got Play Lab, which is funding a theatrical performance program in the Ferndale schools with professional teaching artists. Play Lab? So, but wait, there's more. It is my distinct honor to introduce the executive director of Ferndale Pride, Julia Music, to make a few more grand applications.
Well, good evening, everyone. This is my second favorite day of the year because what we do every year is we try to raise money for charities. That is the other plan besides throwing one of the best parties in the state of Michigan. We also raise some of this money through a golf scramble. That's kind of a lesser known event, but I just want to mention that in case any of you are golfers, it's a really good time. So we're giving away money to LGBT charities, which was one of the founding principles of Ferndale Pride when we started this 14 years ago. So tonight, if you are here, please come up for your charity. First charity is Affirmations. Access. Transgender Detroit. Transgender Michigan. Matrix Human Services. Gender Identity Network. I also just wanted to say, well, he is up here behind me, looming. A big thank you to Dan Martin. Dan served as the chair of Community Foundation. He says for like 12 years, but the real count has to be over 15 because he's one of the people who got me into Community Foundation a long time ago. This has been an amazing journey for Dan. He's given away so much money in his time as chair, and he's always inspired me to do the job I do. So thank you so much, Dan, for everything you've done for us.
And then one last thing, I would like to really take a moment to reflect and thank some people I'm really proud of, and that is the members of the Ferndale Community Foundation. You've met Totally and Greg up here, Sharon Chess, Jeannie Davis, Joe Gaucho served before his moving to Royal Oak, Judy Palmer, and Dennis Whitey as well. So I want to thank those folks for their work and dedication to the process. Do this, which is like stacking pyramids. We'd like to get council and the mayor and all of our grant recipients up here for a picture. So come on up.
Boy. Often.
I believe we were able to give away 3 times the number of grants from last year.
Yeah, people are gonna have to, all those people are gonna have to. Oh, that would help too.
Yes.
What, is Jose still on?
Action, okay, other than what we did.
Oh.
Okay. All right. We'll let them clear out, we'll let people clear out for a second. A lot of recipients. Good job.
18 total.
Wow. And how much did you give away this time?
We gave away $35,113.85.
All right. So our next presentation is the delivery of the year-end flock report.
Good evening, Council. I'm Deputy Chief Spellman with the Police Department, and tonight I'll be presenting the FLAC year-end report. This presentation is just a brief overview of the written report that was submitted to Council and that's attached to the agenda. So start off with a brief recap of the program. In March 2023, Council approved the FLAC program as a 2-year pilot. Unfortunately, camera installation didn't begin until February of 2024. This was due to MDOT permit delays and a material shortage from FLAC. The final camera was installed in May of 2024, so it's a very long delay. Originally, the council had approved 8 cameras, but FLAC had an introductory program or introduction deal where they allowed you to add additional cameras free of cost to test different locations. So in total, we installed 16 cameras. As you can see, that program from FLAC only lasted 60 days, but due to the long delays from FLAC, they extended our pilot program from them all the way till earlier this year when the chief came in front of the council and was approved for private and corporate donations that funded up to 15 cameras for the 2-year program. Here we have a map of the locations where the flat cameras were installed. The cameras were strategically placed along our perimeter to capture vehicles entering the city, and that allows patrol officers time to react to the hot list alerts. So if you notice, some of the grouping there is odd where you see two cameras together. That's because a flat camera can only pick up 2 lanes of traffic at a time. So for our 4-lane roads like Woodward and 8 Mile, you need 2 cameras for each direction of travel. So at the top of the map there, you see 15 and 16. That's southbound Woodward cameras. And then at the bottom of the map, you see 8 and 9. That's northbound Woodward. And the reason why 8 and 9 are a little higher than 8 Mile, it's because we have the Woodward Bridge and the ground level traffic. That's where they merge together. So we're able to capture all the traffic at the same time. You also see another double camera installation on westbound 8 Mile near West End. So for this report, we took 90 days of data over a period from June 1st to August 31st. In total during this time, the FLAC system read over 3.5 million license plates. Of those plates, there was a total of over 1,500 hot list alerts. Of those alerts, Ferndale police officers stopped 16 vehicles. During that same period, investigators investigated 17 different cases using the FLAC camera system. 7 of those cases were cleared by arrest, and 4 leads were generated on the other cases. Here's a graph showing the total hot list alerts by camera. You'll see the highest ones are the cameras with the highest traffic volume, and that's on Woodward and 8 Mile. If you take note of camera 10, that has 0 hot list alerts. That was the camera that we ultimately removed earlier this month. That was camera 16 out of, the 15 that we kept. We got rid of 1, that was camera 10. Of those 7 cases I mentioned, or the cases that were investigated by investigators, this is the breakdown of the crimes, or the cases by crime. As you can see, the majority of them were larcenies, but we also had stolen vehicles, weapon offenses, felonious assault, hit and run accident, a home invasion, vandalism, and a vehicular homicide. That was all within that 90-day period. And I love this graphic. This gives everybody a snapshot of what the officer sees when they receive a hot list alert in their vehicle. That is a picture of their mobile dashboard computer. So the alert is sent directly to them. And this is a great way to verify information before initiating a traffic stop. If you look at this graphic, it will tell you what the officer receives in information and what they don't see. So they get the plate as it's read by the LPR machine at the top left, and then they actually see a picture of the license plate. So they can compare these two and see if there's a misreading by the LPR, which happens. Sometimes they see 8s as Bs and 3 as 8s. It's a common technology flaw, but this allows officers to immediately find that flaw. And there's even a second procedure to try and catch that flaw, and that's a picture of the vehicle, which they can match to if they run this plate, or if they get behind the vehicle and they see that's not the same car, different color, different make, different model. So it also gives you the location where the camera alert, or the location of the camera where the alert hit, and which lane of travel it was in. And that kind of leads us into the next section. By policy, we have to do an organizational audit every year, and we always review all of our policies every year. So we published the FLAC policy in March of 2023. We reviewed it to make sure it was up to date and still the best practice in March of 2024. And the data from this report validates that the policies and procedures we have in place now are still working. A perfect example of that is the hot list alerts. Officers must confirm the license plate and the photo match the hot list alert before initiating a traffic stop. And because of that, that has prevented us from making any improper traffic stops despite of an LPR misread. We're also proud of the policy that we put into place in the network access sharing portion of it. Access is granted only with policies that are consistent with the Ferndale policy. Or if that agency is in the process of getting their policy in place, which many are since this is a newer technology, they can sign an MOU and adopt our policy in the meantime. As a result of this vetting process, we've approved over 90 agencies to share with. We've also approved or rejected over 13 agencies for not meeting our standards. I could tell you that there's many agencies out there that have reached out to us as the trendsetter and asked for our policy to use as a template. Here's an example of one of the internal audit programs that FLAC has within their software. So we have 4 investigators that access FLAC and do the searches. In this 90-day period, here's a breakdown of how many searches they did. Now, the software makes them enter a signature. It conducts an audit trail of the information that they put into the search. It has a timestamp, a date stamp, and it also requires them to put in the related case report number and the type of case, maybe a larceny, maybe a stolen vehicle. So what we do in our audit is we randomly pick out these cases, and then we look at the case report to see that they match, and the investigators are also required to write a narrative report to that saying why they accessed FLAC, what the results of it were, and what the investigation was, the result of that. So you can see a breakdown here. You might ask, why is it so lopsided? If you look at the bottom, Detective Goebel has the most searches. That's because he's assigned the most stolen vehicle and stolen plate cases. That's kind of his wheelhouse. So obviously that's a vehicle intensive type of case. And then we have our downtown resource officer, Officer Roth. He's involved in a lot of larceny cases, retail frauds at different establishments in the downtown, and many of the disturbances that happen at bars and restaurants. Oftentimes vehicles are related to that. So his searches are higher than the other 2 investigators. And this is what we love about this technology. It's the notable successes. There are many more in the written report. I just didn't have room to fit them in this brief presentation. These are the highlights. In 2023, we were able to arrest an armed robbery suspect from the White Castle. In the same year, we were able to arrest multiple suspects in a home invasion and armed robbery on East Woodland, where the suspects impersonated police officers. We were also able to arrest several suspects in a breaking and entry of the Stizzy dispensary on 9 Mile. The next one is a carjacking I think all of you are familiar with. This was an in-progress crime where the hot list alerted patrol officers to a carjacking vehicle that was carjacked out of Hazel Park and had entered Ferndale. Officers were able to stop that vehicle and apprehend the suspect. And then there was another attempt armed robbery at 711 West. We were able to arrest that suspect. And then we were able to arrest a vehicular homicide suspect who had a warrant out of Tennessee and had fled to Michigan to evade prosecution. So the findings of this report is that FLAC is shown to be an effective force multiplier for both patrol and investigators. It's generated leads, it's led to arrests, and it's closed cases that would have gone unsolved. Data analysis shows there's a direct correlation between the higher traffic volumes and a higher hot list alerts. This data will be useful when selecting the future number of cameras and locations. For instance, we removed camera 10 based on this data analysis. So this program is due to end in March of 2025, so it's coming up soon. So we're prepared to collect more data and present a final report on the 2-year pilot. So if anyone would like to learn more about FLAC or the data or see the data for themselves, they can go to the FLAC Transparency Dashboard. This is a QRF code, but you can also find it by links on the city website. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Council, open it up to council if you have any comments regarding the FLAC year-end report.
I just have one question. Earlier in the presentation, there was a category called cases cleared by arrest, 7.
Yes.
Can you just define, what does it mean when we say cases cleared by arrest? What does that mean?
That means when you identified a suspect, you develop probable cause and evidence, you've submitted it to the prosecutor for charges, and you've gotten a warrant for arrest. So you've taken that case to completion and closed it.
Okay, thank you.
And through the chair, I also had one question. The MOUs, how many cities have MOUs with us?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but most cities now have a policy for this type of technology. In the beginning, it seemed like we had a lot of MOUs, but as this year has gone on, a lot of people have gotten flocked. There's over 140 agencies in the state that have flocked now, and they're all starting to develop data sharing policies, not only for flock, but for like software like the green light that Detroit has. So it's a newer technology, so these policies are starting to pop up. So a lot of agencies have replaced the MOU with their actual new policy. So I'd say we definitely have a majority of policies over MOU.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. And there was
A statewide award for our master land use plan. Both of these plans called for updates to our zoning ordinance as part of our efforts to bring greater housing choice and affordability to Ferndale. It's now time to approve the revised zoning ordinance, which is the document that will actually codify these goals and plans. In the housing and community development field, the things that provide affordability are subsidy and supply. The only tool that can ensure affordability in any housing market is a boatload of free cash, public or private. We know we're not in a position to buy our way to universal affordability, nor is that one of Ferndale's stated goals. You have a limited amount of public subsidy dollars, and you've set goals around how and when to use them. Unsubsidized new construction in Ferndale will be naturally more affordable than an 80 to 100-year-old home that's in need of improvements. Building a duplex, adding an accessory dwelling unit, or putting a quadplex on a single-family lot, though, will help to address the supply side of the housing crunch and will spread construction costs over several smaller units, not just one big expensive home. Right now, all you can build by right is that one big expensive home. You've updated the city's inclusionary zoning policy goals. You've secured funds for housing rehabilitation, and you've created our first pilot program, all strategies laid out in the Housing Action Plan. The next strategy, again, is laid out in the Housing Action Plan, is to implement residential zoning reform to allow additional small-scale housing types by right in your formerly single-family only neighborhoods. Michigan and the U.S. are experiencing a housing supply shortage that is driving up costs. Ferndale can do our part to make housing development requirements clear and consistent by allowing 2, 3, or 4 housing units on a single-family lot by right, not by special land use. I want to see us authorize housing types that might again allow local builders to become small-scale developers. Types of redevelopment that use our existing public infrastructure, like roads and sewers, rather than watching housing development continue to sprawl out further on the fringes of our region. Using up land and building redundant infrastructure that will pay for generations, just because that's where it's easier to build. I want us to be part of the solution. And I encourage you to adopt the ordinance tonight. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Zoe. I live at 209 East Woodland Street, and I did not know about that armed robbery and home invasion until now. I'm here to give a little example of myself. When I moved to Ferndale 5 years ago, I bought a home because it made sense at the time. When I looked at apartments, they were kind of expensive. And today I did the exercise of how much would I pay if I bought my same home today? So you look at the increase in value that we've seen over the last couple of years, increase in taxes, and of course interest rates. And it would cost me an extra $987 a month than when I bought my house 5 years ago. That's a lot of money. I think it's clear to me and a lot of other folks that we have a housing affordability issue here in Ferndale and everywhere across the U.S. And so it's time to do something about that. I think I love what Kate said. Thank you, Kate. We can be part of the solution. And for me personally, I learned about this zoning ordinance rewrite May of last year when I got an email about the zoning ordinance rewrite steering committee, a committee that was made up of volunteers who served on the Planning Commission, the Facilities Task Force, the Zoning Appeals Board, and the Accessibility and Inclusion Commission that I've been on for 2 years now. And with the thoughts and intentions of our Master Land Use Plan and Climate Action Plan, they built a new set of zoning ordinances that makes a lot of clarifications, that has a lot of amazing nods to accessibility, to affordability, to actually continuing with the ideals that we set out in that land use plan. So I'm here to say, let's do what they did, what they told us to, what they worked on for a year, meeting after meeting, many community engagement events. I went to 3 of them myself. We saw from those that there is a need, there is an ask, there is a want for people to have opportunities and access to create different types of housing here in Ferndale. And I actually have a quote from our master land use plan when it comes to planning and zoning. The quote is, "We want to strengthen neighborhoods by encouraging rehabilitation of existing housing stock and incorporating infill housing to provide a variety of quality housing options for all residents of all ages, abilities, cultures, and income levels. And that is by prioritizing infill development that complements Ferndale's existing built form." That is how we make housing more affordable here in Ferndale. That's how we make Ferndale the accessible, welcoming place that we all want it to be. So let's switch that back to triplexes by right, quadplexes by right, which are governed by the Fair Housing Act. And any quadplex would require at least one accessible unit in it. One of my favorite parts of our original zoning ordinance plan. So please, let's adopt that one.
I thought Waiter is appropriate. Evelyn Elster, West Drayton. So corporations and developers buy up roughly 7% of the housing stock and leave those homes empty to rot, which creates the housing shortage and subsequently the demand for more housing to drive their profits. The industry then swoops in like heroes to fix the issue they created in the first place, the tail that wags the dog. The MEDC obviously has think tanks just like the Mediconnect Center, and they are using them to their best advantage. They rebrand terms to make them more palatable, twist the narratives, and offer seminars, webinars, and consultants to indoctrinate you with their profit agenda, which our local officials gobble right up. You then hone your little word salads and spit them back out at us like parrots. When we consider and reject that agenda because of its divisive nature and devastating consequences, we are accused of resisting progress, when all we are doing is protecting and defending the investment in our homes, quality of life, and space to breathe. Pack them in like sardines has now become the density scheme. Affordability is anything but affordable, as homeowners now have an extra $1,000 or more tacked onto their mortgage payment each month in property tax, which funds your spending party. Then there is the end-of-life phrase, which tells the public that their solid 100-year-old home should have been torn down 50 years ago in favor of new toothpick and formaldehyde construction. Try selling that scam in Europe and they'll laugh you back across the pond. The consultants you hire with our money only give the illusion of public input and then manipulate the data toward the desired outcome in an attempt to justify your actions. Our Plan Commission is obviously tiring of handing out waiver after waiver on parking minimums for new developments. The new policy is just a suggestion regarding parking requirements with a guidebook supplied. Now we'll get to have parking wars like the East Coast, but who cares as long as Plan Commission and developers are happy? That policy shift also applies to setbacks, green space, and numerous other specs, apparently. One Plan Commissioner exclaimed that homeowners have the right not to sell to developers without addressing the need of so many to sell their homes due to the policies this city creates. She also has the audacity to imply that people who marched alongside the Black Panthers before she was even born could be accused of redlining if we did not accept the fourplex density scheme. You will not shame us into accepting this abuse, and how dare you? Looks like the plan is to subjugate the entire population and create an Orwellian 1984 scenario, but hey, you do your evil selves. Sorry, we can't all fit into your amoral form-based world.
Thank you, Evelyn. Lightning as always.
Hello, Dave Cottrell from 1610 Bowfield. Looked at city projects that are assisted by consultants are directed by the scope authorized by the city, and when density and transportation readiness are the main objectives, and density and transportation are the priority. My concern is our family neighborhoods and amount of school children we have. A big concern about zoning is the splitting of single-family residential homes into a duplex. There are a lot of duplexes in this city that used to be single-family homes. There are very few houses in Ferndale the size that a modern family wants, which is 3 or 4 bedrooms. 1 bedroom for the boys, 1 for the girls, an office, and 1 for the parents. One friend in particular, Elizabeth, lives on West Saratoga, one of the largest homes in Ferndale, a 3-bedroom. They went to our church, St. Luke's, and liked living in Ferndale. They are blessed to have a second child. Both her husband and she work from home, and they needed an office, so they needed 4 bedrooms. Very few 4 bedrooms in Ferndale, so they did what many young families have done and moved to another city. And that creates sprawl, and that happens a lot in Ferndale. They now live in Saline, where they do not have to arrange play dates for their daughter. The children can just go outside and play with their neighbors. In fact, their house is where the neighborhood children come to meet. Ferndale needs more single-family R1 homes and not have the homes at R1 of like 4 bedrooms to be converted into duplexes. The single-family residential designation should remain. And I also want to say, I do want to see a tree ordinance. We definitely need to protect the trees that we have. And I've had a complaint with the Ferndale City Police, and my complaint remains. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, good evening. Kathleen Latosh, 715 West Breckenridge. Actually, I wanted to talk about 3 things here tonight. And one is kind of leading with the zoning question. I'm supportive of the zoning change. I agree with a lot of the remarks that Kate made, but also the idea of modern families today. We have a different concept. Modern family definitions are changing all the time. And I happen to live on a street that has duplexes and quadplexes, and I also happen to live on a street where all the kids gather in the street and they play games. And we have a block party every year, and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. So I don't see the same kind of concerns. A mixture of different kinds of housing, I think, makes a more vibrant community, and I think we can do that with this. and all the policy and research points to that as well. So just wanted to share that perspective. Second, I wanted to thank the Ferndale City Council for recognizing the Raymond Shepherd House as the project of the year. It was really incredible, really worthwhile project. There are very few states across the country that have a housing project for low income and affordable housing for LGBTQ elders. And that's just an amazing accomplishment. So thank you very much. And then the third thing, I wanted to pose some questions for the City Council to consider in relationship to the FLOC report that was shared today. And I don't have the full report. I think I just have the short version. So I may have misinterpreted some of the things that were in there, but I think some of the things I did not see in the report that I think if I were on the City Council I'd want to see are that racial impact assessment, which I don't believe has been conducted yet with the use of this technology. So we did not see any statistics about who's getting invested and who's getting investigated, what the racial breakdown of that is, who's getting pulled over, what the racial breakdowns of those are, who's getting investigated, what are those statistics. We did hear a little bit about ALPR misreads in terms of an error rate. We know this technology has up to a 10% error rate. It's great that they've got a process in place to try and interrupt that, but they didn't provide any statistics on what the misread rate is. That would be important to know. And then who's being misread? I noticed from the map that half the cameras are on the Detroit border. I don't know if the number of the hits correspond to the camera numbers on the map. So, that there's that list of that bar chart that has all the different numbers of hits, and they are tied to a camera number. And on the map, those are camera numbers. If those are connected, I did some math on that, and actually the highest hits would be on the Woodward cameras, camera 16 and camera 8, which get over 200 hits. There are a couple of cameras on 8 Mile that get over 200 hits too, but half of those Detroit cameras get less than 100 hits. So why are there so many on the Detroit border? And what impact does that have on our Detroit neighbors, on our Royal Oak Township neighbors? Being a Ferndale Schools family member for years now, I'm very familiar with the experience of our Black families coming into town and expecting to be pulled over. And that impact assessment needs to be done. So I share these questions for the City Council to consider. I'm coming here representing the Ferndale Inclusion Network with this third item, and there's a formal request that the City Council does conduct a racial impact assessment about how this technology is impacting our people.
Thank you, Kat.
And then also, we ask that you remove half the cameras, the ones that aren't needed, the ones that are, like one camera had 0 hits, another had 4 hits. And why are they sitting there on the Detroit border? So that's second. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Melanie Piana on West Lewiston. I'm here to express my support for the council approval of the updated zoning ordinance that allows what was built in our neighborhoods to be allowed to be built again, especially triplexes and fourplexes, mostly fourplexes, by right commonly found in neighborhoods throughout our city, especially in Northwest Ferndale. As former Ferndale mayor, I supported the 2020 Affordable Housing Inclusive Plan, the 2022 Adopted Master Plan, which had significant public involvement, indicating what they would like for housing, and approved the rezoning update project, which you're about to adopt. I also have a master's degree in urban planning. I'm a member of the American Planning Association, the Michigan Association of Planning chapter, and a member of the Urban Land Use Institute. And I work for the Regional Transit Authority, helping to improve the region's transit system, which supports more housing choices near transit access. And I'm a Ferndale resident who supports Neighbors for More Neighbors. Ferndale prides itself on being a diverse, welcoming city, and homes of all shapes and sizes for all kinds of people and income levels make a community diverse. It's the people who can live here. However, zoning ordinance housing regulations are a rule book that can block who can live here. It's well documented the damage that single-family zoning has done to communities, access to opportunity, and the negative impacts on households for especially Black and Brown people who are trying to do wealth building. Every council member has publicly stated their vocal support for more affordable housing in Ferndale. What you say matters. What you do matters more. Nothing is more foundational to expanding housing choice and supply than reforming the rulebook, the city zoning and ordinance. Allowing triplexes and fourplexes in the R1 zoning district by right reduces the cost to build, cost to own, and cost to rent. Making these types of housing options beholden to the city's regulatory approval framework of a special land use makes a small developer or homeowner eat more time and cost, thereby increasing the cost to build this type of housing product, thereby making it more expensive to live in this type of home. And triplexes and fourplexes, mostly fourplexes, are all over the city, and it's in your hands to allow this product to be built again. And I interact with my neighbors who live in fourplexes in my neighborhood, and they make the neighborhood and city better, as some other people believe that it will make it worse. And on a personal note, I support granny flats or accessory dwelling units. My garage is original to my home with the original coal bin, and we are planning for senior transitional housing in my family, and we would love to offer this type of housing on our current property. So I applaud the City Council for finishing the project, and now it's time to have the courage to vote on zoning reforms that will allow Ferndale to continue welcoming diverse neighbors and expanding housing choices and its supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom Kaiser, 656 Withington. I don't have a master's degree in planning, but I have common sense from 30 years of experience. I live on a 52-foot width lot, okay? You have an infrastructure that's 100 years old, underground. You have a sewer. Depending where you put the fourplex, if you're upstream from where I live and you put a bunch of them, guess what's going to happen to all the people downstream when you start dumping into it? It's going to back up into those houses if you have too many upstream from everybody else, because you don't have an increase of diameter capacity to take that additional load. How are you going to put a fourplex? My lot is 52 feet wide. I have 900 square feet. Where are you going to put the access parking for 4 people? You're going to have handicap access? Where are you going to put your electric car charger? Remember, the infrastructure behind my house is over 100 years old. You put too many electric cars on it, who's going to upgrade the electrical? Okay, you have an infrastructure that's 100 years old. It's not designed to take fourplex. It was never the original intention. You have to consider that. Remember, all the sewer hookups, they're not solid PVC. No, they're segmented. They're old concrete. They're going to collapse. You still have all the stuff underneath. Now, where are you going to park for a fourplex? You got to have a back in. You got to come in through the alley. What are you going to do? Put them all on the front street? Tear down all the streets? Cut down all the trees? You park all the cars for all 4 people? Units on the front of the, it's crazy. Think about it. And the handicap. You got to have handicap accessible. Okay, when I park in my car, I got to have at least 13 feet so when I can open my car doors. So you got a fourplex. Where are you going to put the 4 cars? What do you do when extra people show up? You're going to park them on the street? Where are you going to park them on the street? You don't have that added capacity. Remember, you zoned this originally. You have to consider that, unless you wipe the whole neighborhood out and rezone it. Just think about that. Nobody's thought this through. You have old infrastructure. You have roads that are already laid out for single-family housing. How are you going to increase it by 4 times? It's crazy. It doesn't work in all these neighborhoods. You have to have an alley access. How many alleys do you have that are zoned, R1? Go look at your plan. You see how many alleys do you have? Not very many. Good luck with it.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Krista Azar, 861 West Oak Ridge, a 31-year resident, first home, still in it. Member of Planning Commission. It's it's been about 20 years. I've been through a number of zoning ordinance updates, master plan updates, and I've seen really great things happen in the city. So a little background on me, I do support and encourage you to adopt the zoning ordinance with duplex, triplex, and quads in R1. I think it's been very carefully thought out. I think that we do have a lot of examples and reasons and support for that. So I don't want to copy a lot that's been said, but really good information has come forward tonight. I have seen on my block a lot of new families come with children. I've also seen some elderly neighbors who downsize because of the care of their home is harder for them to take care of the property, the house, and it becomes more expensive. And when they've downsized, they have not found an option in Ferndale and have left Ferndale, unfortunately. So I think the opportunity to be in a duplex, tri, or quad would give them the place to age and transition in place, or age in place, which is something that I heard many times over the master plans that I've been a part of. The word missing middle has come up for people who, understand that it's not all just apartment buildings or single use, but there's truly a need for more houses that can be available, and again, without the burden of maintenance, because you're in a home with more people in it. So really just, I support it, and I would support if you would include the tri and quads in the single family. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Michelle Foster, longtime resident, currently on Flowerdale, and Chair of the Planning Commission, which is a volunteer position. I have received 0 incentives for participating in volunteering my time on this ordinance update. Some have expressed concerns about increased density, but I urge the council to adopt the ordinance as the Planning Commission had approved. Some are concerned about the increased density, painting a bleak picture of a merciless free market. However, it's crucial to examine the broader context and the specific details of the proposed zoning ordinance. Before 1967, Ferndale didn't have a zoning ordinance, allowing for a diverse mix of building types across the city. The very character of the historic Ferndale that we cherish today was shaped by far less regulation. The zoning ordinance itself is the opposite of a free market, controlling many aspects of building design. Respecting resident concerns that we heard over 30 public meetings, the draft ordinance that the Planning Commission adopted already incorporates compromises to density, moving away from the most permissive best practices. The proposed regulations are quite similar to what's already allowed, with improvements such as increasing green infrastructure and a renewed focus on building design, and incorporating parking for electric vehicles and so on, as we looked into after the adoption of our master plan that included the green plan as well. I'm forgetting the name of it. Apologies. Single-family zoning is a product of historical inequities. Redlining forced marginalized communities into overcrowded neighborhoods while white families were subsidized to move into low-density areas, perpetuated by harmful myths about safety, community, and environmental sustainability. Research has shown that crime rates can be similar or actually even lower in mixed-use, higher-density neighborhoods. Additionally, low-density neighborhoods, with their emphasis on cars and private yards, can limit social interaction, create a sense of isolation, contribute to increased carbon emissions, and resource depletion. Exclusionary zoning limiting density to single-family lots has limited housing options, driven up housing costs, and made it difficult for lower income and physically challenged residents to find affordable housing. Removing quadplexes is a mistake, as these can help increase accessible units in our neighborhoods as they're regulated by the commercial building code rather than the residential. Making them a special land use will just create unneeded red tape when the zoning ordinance already regulates the building form, landscaping, and other critical elements. By allowing for increased density, we can create more affordable housing options, which is critically needed as the state estimates that 1 in 500 Michigan residents are unhoused. Ferndale's population peaked in about 1960 at over 31,000 residents. So today we are already only at 63% of peak density. And we need more units to offset the declining housing rate.
Thank you, Michelle. Before you get started, I just wanted to state that I realize that we go over the time sometimes, but I'm trying to let people finish their sentence as I do for everyone. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Stephen Kuzmanovich, 2037 Livernois. I stand here to speak out. I am in total opposition of any change to R1 zoning. Total. I did see a revision that was posted on the city council agenda to allow for duplexes in R1. Well, I'm not really happy with that. I think that's a okay compromise, but definitely no threeplexes or fourplexes. I'm sorry, just doesn't fit in our neighborhood. I've heard all these other arguments, and myself and my neighbors aren't going to stand for this. Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Engel, St. Louis Street. We're here talking about the same thing we've been talking about since June with Peluche Corporation that was knocking down a house on St. Louis and trying to build a quad. So here we are still having the same conversation. There's a biased amount of people from the Planning Commission, and the reason why you don't have a lot of people that live here is because they don't know about it. The Planning Commission knows about it. So not only do they get to make the recommendation, but they also get to stack the deck here on people speaking, and that's not right. But the master plan's been quoted, and one of the most important jobs that was written about in master plan for council is to protect already existing affordable homes. There are many willing to take away the rights of others by forcing their belief system on others. As leaders should remember, don't take what's not been given freely. The people that live here are not giving their homes up to you. It has not been voted on, and they don't know about it. People have not been notified, and that is not okay. The people of Ferndale deserve to vote on whether or not the zoning of their homes should change. At the very minimum, they should be notified in writing. While the intentions may be good for some, for developers, this is a land grab. Ferndale has an abundance of affordable homes, and those homes are being targeted by profiteers. I know because I live on the street that's getting targeted as we speak. For accessibility, there's already variances in place. You can retrofit, you can do all kinds of good stuff. The variances are already there. No one is opposing that. To state that residential homes are racist, which I've been hearing from some people, is in itself racist. Quads are for Black people or people of color? Yeah, it's interesting to hear white people making statements like this. No person of any color wants to be trapped in a generation of poverty caused by opportunistic and greedy developers. So far, there are zero protections in this plan to protect the affordable housings of Ferndale. Buying an already affordable home is a dream. No person wants to go rent broke for a rich white male developer. And that's exactly what is happening right now on St. Louis Street and has happened on Marshall. So to say it is not happening and to wrap yourself in the flag of affordability is false. We have flooded twice from extreme weather events since taking from first fighting pollution development from knocking down an affordable home on St. Louis to build one of their cheaply built high-rent apartment units. More buildings, less green space, more flooding. This is not okay. A quad would block our solar power. Okay, I'm not a MAGA person. I have a solar power urban fund I've been working hard on, and these developers are going to ruin it. This is a classist issue. The expensive homes north of 9 Mile won't be targeted as the already affordable homes south of 9 Mile. Our street will be targeted by developers. It already is.
I ask that you please cease and desist from changing the residential zoning to a blanket rezoning that harms the people that live here, destroys the peace, stability, and character of our 100-year-old established street of already affordable homes. I ask that you cease and desist from destroying green space in areas that are already flooding. I ask that you cease and desist from using terms like racist to allow developers to destroy affordable homes for high-rent structures, allowing rich white developers to remove affordable homes from the market to build high-rent structures for people of color is extremely racist. Please do not abuse your power by forcing quads and corporate land grabs on people. This is our home, and it is not yours to destroy.
Thank you, Rachel. Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I also have a couple,
No, sorry, Mayor, we're in.
I believe
the
he's
audience.
reading. He's still caught it. He's reading something.
Oh, I thought that would be done in.
so from Rachel Akers Subakatani, she says, good evening, Mayor, Leaks, and councilors. I understand through city staff that tonight's agenda item for Zone Ferndale may not be open to the public hearing, and the chance that it is, and I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting in person, I'm sending this note. I'd like to express my disappointment in the removal of fourplexes from the R1 designation. I'm a lifelong resident of Ferndale, as a child, student, renter several times, and now a homeowner. And I've been volunteering for the Planning Commission since 2022. Over the past 3 years, I've watched the hours, effort, and passion poured into Plan Ferndale and Zone Ferndale by city staff, my fellow commissioners, and most importantly, my fellow Ferndalians. Both of these documents were significant investments in time and brain power for all involved. Through the many steering committee meetings, public gatherings, emails sent in, and extended discussions at PC meetings, it was the will of the greater population of Ferndale and the recommended by the Planning Commission to reduce the differences between the residential zoning designations to provide the opportunity to increase accessibility to and equity in housing throughout the city. I appreciate the efforts, too, that serving on the city council requires, and that there are more public-facing concerns that council members have that commissioners do not. However, the proposed revision to the R1 designation steps away from that decision that the citizens of Ferndale arrived at over time and through careful consideration, and I do hope that you will reconsider. Thank you for your time and service to our city. From Justin Lyons, some of these I'll paraphrase. Dear Mayor and City Council and staff, I want to express my support for the proposed zoning ordinance update on tonight's council agenda. The update is rooted in the master plan and robust community engagement. The zoning ordinance should be a document that the entire community can understand and rely upon. The ordinance is much more cohesive and visual than the prior ordinances, and my hopes that it will be easier to use for the entire community, staff, council, planning commission. I primarily want to encourage the City Council to adopt the current zoning ordinance amendments as presented. The amendments echo the guiding principles of Plan Ferndale. They align with the Climate Action Plan. The changes display community leadership in promoting future developments, complete and accessible neighborhoods. This will strengthen neighborhoods to provide a variety of housing types. I do believe council should support the Planning Commission's previously recommended version of the draft ordinance, which allowed fourplexes, but I understand, I do understand the current ordinance is a step in the correct direction for affordability, sustainability. I'm concerned a majority of the zoning map is proposed for R1 and restricts the ability to modestly increase housing options. Perhaps if more community members vocally supported projects that allow more people to live, work, and visit Ferndale, recent restaurants and businesses that have closed could have remained with more people able to walk, bike, and take transit to those establishments. If the City Council revisits this ordinance in the future, I would encourage you to also encourage this body and the Planning Commission to consider small-scale retail restaurant in certain portions of R1 and R2 where walkable shops, small restaurants would be a benefit to the neighborhood. Local independent entrepreneurs are a core part of our Ferndale. And then from Ian Williamson, this one's long, so I'm definitely going to paraphrase this one. Council members, I understand that the Ferndale City Council meeting agenda for this evening includes a second reading and consideration and adoption of the pro-zoning rewrites. I had planned to attend, but I cannot. Nevertheless, I would like to state my support for the proposed rewritten zoning ordinance. As most of you know, I served on the Board of Zoning Appeals for many years, and I participated as a steering committee member. I believe I support these for the following reasons. Ferndale already allows construction of triplexes, fourplexes, and small apartment buildings in the R3 district. This has been true for several decades, but relatively few have been built. The new ordinance language would reduce the permitted height for buildings in all residential zone districts. Ferndale already allows the construction of duplexes as of right in the R2 district up to 35 feet. Again, this has been true for decades, but relatively few have been built. Number three, relatively few residential developers have come to the BZA seeking variances to build those types of units. This does not support the idea that developers are trying to unleash a tidal wave of large new multifamily developments in Ferndale's residential neighborhoods. Number four, based on my observation, the vast majority of new residential construction in Ferndale that I have seen in R1 and R2 has been consistently single-family homes, which are easier to build, sell, and often built out to the maximum building envelope. Number 5, there's no evidence to support the idea that there's an army of out-of-town developers waiting and ready to start buying up single-family homes in Ferndale, knocking them down to build multifamily properties to be owned and operated by large corporations. That this is not a valid reason to throw out back potential increase in density via smaller multifamily properties, especially in light of the city's multiple iterations of the planning of the master plan over the last 15 years. Number 6, on the other hand, there is considerable evidence that large hedge funds, REITs, and other institutional investors have been buying up single-family homes at an accelerated pace over the last 10 years. This is considered by many to be at least a contributing factor to housing shortages. This is particularly true when it comes to homes that would otherwise typically be purchased by first-time homebuyers. Number 7, Ferndale cannot pass an ordinance that prohibits homeowners from selling their homes to a corporation, and we certainly aren't going to restrict people's ability to build single-family homes, even if they are the same size or close to the same size as the maximum permitted size for multifamily. In short, whether or not we adopt a new zoning ordinance that allows for slightly greater density is not going to have much impact on whether large corporation, hedge funds, or REITs are able to buy properties in the city. Perhaps most importantly, the type of increased residential density that the rewritten ordinance will allow already exists in much of the city. There are numerous duplex throughout Ferndale, even in areas that are entirely zoned. I'm going to skip over a little bit. The proposed new zoning ordinance rewrite contains much more than just a change in the level of permitted density in residential neighborhoods. As I stated a couple of months ago, no set of ordinances is ever perfect, and there will always be things that might need to be tweaked or revisited in any statutory scheme. The proposed rewritten zoning ordinance is the product of a substantial amount of work by a large number of people who are doing their best to look out for Ferndale's interests and future. It addresses new technology. You all are capable and intelligent people who are elected because we as residents have put trust in you to help maintain our city's character. Ultimately, you will vote based on what you believe is in the best interest of the city. I hope your decisions are based on objective assessments that draws the city's history, its current residential fabric, its actual development, and that you are not voting based on unsupported and alarmist reactions to the city's efforts to prepare for the future. I think that's all the public comments. Thank you.
I just want to note that also we did vote on the boards and commissions for the 6 o'clock meeting, but if you have been selected to be part of a boards and commission, you can introduce yourself during call to audience as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Labiba. I live on 1457 Albany Street. I'm actually on the agenda today to get approved to be on the DDA board. I'm really excited to serve. I've been serving as a volunteer for the downtown Ferndale for 3-4 years now. I've done Santa Parade, the Art Walk map, if you guys have seen that. I'm really excited to join the board and give back to Ferndale. Thank you.
Thank you, Labiba. Call to audience is still open. Anyone else? All right, we are moving on to the regular agenda. Item 8A is the second reading and consideration of adopting of the zoning ordinance.
Good evening, council members. John Jackson with McKenna, and I'm happy to be here at this important step in the process. I know you've received a substantial presentation previously, so I'm going to keep this one relatively short, but I think it is important to sort of go back and recognize where this project started and where we've been throughout this project, because it's an important step forward for the city of Ferndale. The foundation for this zoning ordinance was established through several policy documents, not least of which was the adopted master plan, including the future land use plan. Through that master plan process, one of the key things that came out of that was the need for additional housing diversity. That came across loud and clear, but there was also other things that came out of that process as well, including sustainability, how the city could address sustainability, how you look at downtown development to ensure that downtown Ferndale continues to be viable and vibrant, and also how to provide additional opportunities for equity and accessibility for people in the community and looking to move into the community. So what we heard with respect to the lens of housing was a number of things. I'm not going to read all of these, but it was clear that there was people that were looking for additional housing variety. So in the zoning ordinance, we expanded the number of housing types that were permitted. Other things that were clear was people value the neighborhoods in Ferndale, and so we included residential design guidelines to ensure that if there are changes in the neighborhood, they are compatible with the existing character of the community. With respect to sustainability, again, people valued the tree-lined streets, the tree canopy, and wanted to make sure that that was preserved and expanded where possible. So in the zoning ordinance, we included standards for additional landscaping to ensure that would remain. We also added things in the zoning ordinance that would reduce the pavement. We heard loud and clear that stormwater management was important, so we included a number of provisions in the zoning ordinance, including the provision of permeable pavement. With respect to downtown design, there's a number of things that we included, that we heard, and that we included provisions for. Better transitions between downtown and the adjacent neighborhoods was a big thing that we heard throughout the number of public engagement events that we heard. And what we included in the zoning ordinance was better landscaping and screening requirements between downtown edge areas and residential zoning areas. We also included a number of commercial design standards, again, to make sure that new development in the downtown reflected the character and the quality of the community. With respect to the lens for equity and accessibility, again, we heard loud and clear that making sure that there was a variety of housing stock that was accessible for people was a main component of the master plan, as well as input that we received during the public engagement process. So we included stronger requirements in the zoning ordinance for barrier-free parking, accessibility, bicycle standards as well, to make sure that development as it occurred in Ferndale was accessible and equitable to people of all needs. So those are some of the highlights of the ordinance, and a lot of work has gone into this, as you've heard. And so now the ball is sort of in your court, and we're happy to answer any questions. I know Roger's going to come up and talk about some of the public engagement efforts that we've been through so far.
Thank you, John. As John mentioned, I just want to cover the community engagement piece. I think collectively, the people who have put in the time have probably spent thousands of hours. I think Kyle and I together have probably put in 600 or 700 hours of staff getting to where we are today. So I want to walk council through the meetings we had. In 2023, McKenna was selected. We did an internal kickoff. On May 23rd, there was a city kickoff meeting. On June 14th, Planning Commission had a diagnostic review of the zoning code. On June 27th, a steering committee came together for their first meeting. On July 22nd, the Housing Diversity Workshop occurred at Urban Rest. I think some council members were in attendance. On July 24th, we had a city council update. On July 25th, we had another steering committee meeting number 2. On July 27th, we met with the downtown business owners. We did a walking tour from here down to Western Market, looking at various buildings, looking at what we like to see architecturally and what we maybe did not like as much. And that helped form our zoning code in the form-based section. On August 15th, we had a racial equity workshop that I know some council members attended at the Ferndale High School. On August 22nd, we had our third steering committee meeting. And then the last of our 4 community engagements was August 26th, where we had a sustainability workshop at Wilson Park. On September 20th, the Planning Commission and City Council had a joint workshop. On September 25th, staff sent out 500 random letters to the community members about the zoning code. That was based on the percentage of residents in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest quadrants. October 10th, we had our first draft. I think we're currently on draft 6 or 7. November 9th is the second draft, and then December 6th is the third draft. Each draft I have reviewed from the first page to the last page completely through. So you can imagine the time it took to go through 200 pages of text. On December 13th was steering committee number 4. And then we did have our online engagement with the public from summer of 23 to winter of 23. In 2024, we had our steering committee meeting number 5. On April 17th, we had another draft 4. On May 1st, there was a joint PC and FAIAC meeting, followed by another draft. On July 3rd, we had the distribution and meetings for PC. We broke the Planning Commission into 5 different groups. One was food trucks, one was the use chart, and we met with 2 members of the Planning Commission on each one to help draft and round out the regulations. On July 19th, we had a 5th draft. On July 25th, we had a steering committee draft review, and then 4 days later, another steering committee draft review. I think maybe the first one was about 4 hours, and the second one was probably 2 hours. On September 13th, we sent out rezoning mailers to anybody whose properties kind of drastically changed from commercial to residential, residential to commercial. This is regulated by the State Enabling Act. So when rezoning properties 10 or more, you don't have to send out letters at all. That's by the State Enabling Act. We sent out 500 random letters originally, and then also did more outreach on anyone who we thought zoning was changing from one zoning designation to another. September 14th, we had drop-in sessions for council and planning commission at Desert Oasis. On October 2nd, we had the community open house at Incubizo, followed by the joint planning commission and city council workshop. On November 20th, we had the planning commission public hearing. And then if you remember a couple weeks ago, on November 25th, we had the first reading of city council. So here are some pictures of the community events we had. So again, we had housing diversity workshop. This was at Urban Rest with our online surveys. We had the downtown design walking tour. So again, we invited downtown business owners to do a walking tour. I think there's a picture of us walking down the street, and also members of the public were there. This was the areas of focus where we broke out 2 planning commission members. The first topic was architectural and design standards and the schedule of regulations. The second group was the use chart and the glossary. Number 3 was nonconformities, ADUs, and accessory structures. Number 4 was our specific processes. So you're talking special land use, rezoning, PUDs, special land use, site plans. Number 5, we had a group for parking and food trucks. I should say, since that time, the Planning Commission wants to review the food trucks more. So we've taken that out, and in the draft version is just a placeholder for that. So we took a step back there. I would be remiss not to thank a number of people for the work put in, and that includes City Council, current City Council, so Mayor Leaks-May, Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski, Councilors Johnson, Kelly, and Pollica. We do have 8 Planning Commission members to add. There's one missing here. And then the steering committee, that was made up of Councilor Pollica, Police Chief Emmy, the Planning Commission Chair, the BZA Chair, Alan, who's with the FAIAC. We had DDA representatives, we had a resident, we had our zero waste coordinator, and we had another resident. So with that said, that's the culmination of 1,000+ hours worth of work, and so we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. I'm opening it up to council for any discussions regarding proposed zoning ordinance.
Through the chair, if I may, I'd like to get started. I appreciate all the comments tonight. Michelle, I'm staring directly at you intensely because I read your email, and I know how much work has gone into this. I know that this has been hard, and this has been intense for all the people involved. And it's also intense for our residents, and understanding the nuance being proposed is also difficult. What I think we have here tonight is something that is seeking compromise. I've heard from multiple people that duplexes and ADUs are more palatable than triplexes and quadplexes. And at our last meeting, we had what I like to think is a pretty robust, good discussion about it. And I personally feel like we have gotten to a place where 90% of all the changes, if not 99% of all the changes that are in this zoning, are palatable to everyone on this council body. And it looks like we are arguing 1%. And that 1% is a contentious subject that I think we have drilled into to get it to a point where it is much more acceptable. I personally like this new draft that allows for duplexes and ADUs. I think ADUs are an incredibly smart solution in our neighborhoods. Mother-in-law suites, granny flats, whatever you want to call them, they are a great solution to provide for some additional housing and multi-generational living. Duplexes are something that is very easy to retrofit into homes, and as stated within our master land use plan, preserving the existing character of our historic homes is something that was a priority for our residents during the visioning and the intentionality document that was put together as our master land use plan. So I'm comfortable with this. I was a little bit on the fence about the triplexes by special land use, but I'm getting a little bit more comfortable about it. And that's where I've landed. I think we all have had really good discussions, and I'm hopeful that as presented, this will pass tonight.
I have a question for, I guess, Roger, maybe. My question is, what is the frequency with which we receive requests to build or retrofit or otherwise create triplexes and quadplexes in Ferndale? Over the last however many years, how frequently does this actually happen?
Generally, I'd say 0, because in most zone districts, R1 covers most of the city, it's not allowed. But even in off-cuff conversations when I've had with people owning a property, what I have heard is, I wish I could build an ADU. I have not really heard from anybody, I wish I could build a triplex or a quad. I sent council an email of a list of triplexes and quads. I could pull it up if you wanted. And I went to Zillow because they have a lot of public information. And I think Councilor Pollica mentioned at the last time that the last time a triplex or quad was built was 1965, or some date like that. So it doesn't happen often.
Mm-hmm. So the torrent of quads and tris that would tear apart our residential neighborhoods does not seem to be impending.
I would say, as your professional representative in planning, I think the fight over quads is not time well spent. I don't think we'll be beaten down tomorrow for them. So I don't see it being an issue. You could also argue that maybe people don't inquire because they kind of know they can't do them, but I just don't see a rush to them.
Thank you. So that's consistent. So, believe it or not, members of this council do work hard, and we do our research. And I've spent a lot of time researching this and looking at what's happened in jurisdictions not only across Michigan, but across the country. I've even watched the sessions of other councils across the country. And every place that's passed this prior to us has not seen some major upheaval of their lives. It has not happened. The sky is always falling, and it has not yet fallen anywhere. And so I found that very instructive, because what I saw at a lot of those council meetings or commissions or whatever the relevant legislative body for a municipality was, almost verbatim, the concerns we hear here. They're word for word, almost, in some cases. And so I took note of that. Okay, people are expressing these concerns. They're very consistent. These seem to be kind of universal concerns that a lot of folks have. But then I followed the progress of what's happened in those cities since these reforms have happened, and by and large, not much has happened. the uptake of, tris, quads, whatever their sort of densification strategy is, has been fairly minimal. And so I too am comfortable with this zoning code. I will state that my personal preference is that quads be included, at least as a special land use. That is my preference. I support quads. We have them throughout our neighborhoods, as several residents have said, and they're fine. Nobody's lives have been overturned. So, that would be my preference, but understanding that, one, we're trying to reach a compromise where the vast majority of people, I think, reasonable minds can differ, but we can meet in the middle and agree on something. And I think that, as disappointing as that might be for some of the planning commissioners, due to the work and the planning staff that they've done, I think a lot of what we need to do in this space is incremental. I think incremental changes, moving the ball a little bit forward is better than not moving it at all. And I want to say, I give my full-throated support as a council member to the most radical of densifying and liberalization of zoning codes, period. But as a council member, my job is not always to ram through my personal views, but to find compromise with my colleagues and the residents that I represent. And I think that this ordinance does that. That does not mean that I will not come back in the future after we see how things are going and see if I might propose an additional amendment to the zoning code to bring quads back in, and we'll see. But this is a compromise I think we can live with.
To give perspective, I don't even think there'll be a rush for ADUs. When you look at the cost to build, to mobilize, an ADU at 600 square feet, 800 square feet, is probably going to cost $125,000, $150,000. You're going to have to dig up your complete driveway, do a street cut, put in a sewer, put in a water line. I think if you see people doing it, it's people who've owned their home a long time. They can pull out equity, or somebody who's in the higher income level and has a family member first, who might then rent it later. But if we build 4 or 5 ADUs a year, I would kind of be shocked at that, at least for a while.
Through the chair, I agree with you, Councilman Johnson. Triplexes and quadplexes have been allowed in Ferndale for over 60 years. On East and West Saratoga, East and West Troy, Withington, Vester, East and West Breckenridge. The last time that a triplex was built on any of those streets was 1955 at 445 West Breckenridge. The last time a quadplex was built on one of those streets was at 543 West Breckenridge in 1928, the year Ferndale became a city. The last time a triplex or quad was built anywhere in the city in the residential zones, I'm not counting 9 Mile or Woodward, was at 1756 Central in 1965. This fear that some 1840s robin baron Snidely Whiplash is going to swoop in and buy up huge swaths of single-family homes, knock them down, and build quadplexes towering over their homes is unfounded. At least...
Excuse me.
At least 50% of my street are duplex rentals that were purchased in the 1980s and 90s, 9 of them owned by one person. None of these have been sold to developers to build multiplexes, though I honestly wish some of them have, because they improve some of the crappiest rental duplexes in the city. The new zoning restricts triplexes and quads to be built no taller than 5 feet and than the 30 feet allowed for single-family homes. So triplexes and quads can't be built higher than 35 feet, and not deeper than the lot line of 10 feet, which is only 10 feet more than the single-family home. So in short, this idea that a massive multi-unit structure can be built next to a single home is also unfounded. The city's population peaked in the 1960s at over 31,000 people. 31,000 people flushing toilets and taking showers. Since 2010, Ferndale has gained over 1,000 housing units and lost over 900 residents, which now sits at 2,000, a little over 2,000 residents. That loss of over 11,000 people, 1/3. This idea that our infrastructure can't handle a few more thousand people is also unfounded. Since the 1990s, the city has replaced over 80% of the water supply lines and replaced or repaired sewer lines across the city. This reality that the reality is that more single people are moving into the city and couples and families are moving out. Families don't want 1,200, 1,500 square foot homes. They want 2,500, 3,000 square foot homes. Single people don't want to be here, but they can't afford 2-bedroom standalone homes that's renting at $1,800 a month. You either have to provide what the population is wanting or you will continue to lose population. And there's some belief that families don't have the ability to find multifamily homes. 28 4-bedroom homes were built 4 years ago right off of Paxton. Most of those homes are occupied by singles and couples, not by families. The reality is what people are fearing the most is that they don't have control over their neighbor. They don't trust that their neighbor to sell to a home of someone who's going to occupy it. Their concern is that they're going to sell the home to the highest bidder being offered, because that's what they would do if given the chance. The reality is that these fears are based on no facts.
Through the chair, I just want to say that I agree with a couple of the council members up here. And I think that, you know, I'm all for affordable housing as well, but I think I also have to represent all the voices of Ferndale. And I think that what we have here is a fair compromise.
So I'm one of the members up here that requested a listing of the triplexes and the quadplexes that we do already have in this community. They are comprised of very different configurations. Some of them are side by side. Some of them run front to back. Some of them are erect. I think that when we started talking about the proposed zoning, we were talking about bringing inclusive housing into Ferndale. I don't see how we can exclude quadplexes and triplexes, however they're zoned. I don't see how we can exclude them and still consider ourselves an inclusive community. There are people who are living in those quadplexes and tris right now. Me knowing the importance of accessibility and having quads having to have that accessibility unit involved or included is important to me. I was just at the groundbreaking of the Raymond Shepherd House. More inclusive housing, that one being affordable. I know that we have affordable units being built or proposed in the city right now. And I think that for us to have a not in my backyard mentality for these residents who want to reside here, residents who reside here now, what are we saying to them? And what are we saying to people who want to come here? Everyone doesn't want a single family home. That's not their choice. And I just have a real problem with us restricting quads and triplexes in this community. I'm seeing shaking heads in the audience, but let me tell you that we have okay,
Evelyn, thank you. Thank you. You've made your point.
I'm looking at the dates and when these 4 units, quads and triplexes were built. It's not a huge amount. And what we're trying to restrict is something that's already here. People who are already living here, utilizing those. Why do we want to restrict those? I understand that we're trying to come up with a compromise, but I can't say, first of all, I should say that where I work, I've heard many complaints and gotten many calls regarding accessibility and housing needs in the community, particularly for our seniors, adults with disabilities. We are taking out a population regarding the accessibility portion if we exclude these quads. And I just, even if it was special land use, if people are so fearful as far as something being built right next to their homes, there are guidelines and there are provisions to go through the ramifications as far as determining whether or not that's a good fit for where it's supposed to come. And I am not in support of just eliminating them. I've thought about this a lot. I've been involved with a lot of housing projects that have come to the forefront, and I'm looking at the families who are living there. I'm looking at the people who are living there. I don't think that we should exclude the quads. I don't think that we should exclude the tribes, but it doesn't look like we are. ADUs, duplexes, they're also in the community. Well, duplexes. And I'm just having a real problem with us being comfortable with excluding that and disallowing a population that could utilize that to be here in this community. I'm not saying that everything's going to be affordable. We are making plans to have affordable housing units. But I think we're using this fear that it is going to cause big problems. And I will say that I've witnessed that fear before when I was on the school board 12 years ago, when there was an affordable housing unit coming to Oak Park, which is just a block from me, so it's literally a street over, and it's called the Jefferson Housing Project. I've literally seen people come out and just come against that project. And I can tell you right now, so many families are living there. It has not caused any sort of disruption in the housing market or any sort of disruption as far as having these individuals as my neighbors in that community. I cannot support excluding these various types of housing. I just cannot support excluding them. I kind of hear where council is, but I can't support excluding this type of housing.
Madam Mayor, I would have proposed a motion to restore quadplexes to the zoning ordinance as a special land use this evening, but I had the sense that I don't have the votes to do that. So I chose not to make the motion. But I mean, this is an item that is clearly important and we could have an up or down vote on it. I don't know.
Well, considering that this
I hear you.
Considering that this is a live document, what are we telling the community as far as inclusivity and accessibility, saying we're going to remove this? We can still have this and still go through the protocols as far as where they will be, how they'll be built. Again, I think we have this mindset that the quadplexes are the upright, tall, massive buildings. And I can tell you right now that we have them in this community that are horizontal, flat, side by side. People are living there. I know people who are living there. So the design does not have to be something that's intrusive or obstructive to other people's housing needs. And there can be choices as to where they can go. I don't think that we should exclude them. So if we have the support to include them back, I would definitely be in support of that.
Through the chair, before we start making amendments, could I just make a quick comment?
Sure.
We are not excluding quadplexes. if I may remind everyone, R2 is still allowing quadplexes, and I believe earlier we were talking about some of the streets that quadplexes are on. Vester, Saratoga. Those are streets in R2 currently.
Breckenridge.
They are around the area that we are going to see people needing to walk, needing to bike. They are accessible to amenities within our neighborhoods. So we are offering quadplexes and we are offering that housing diversity. We're even offering it in MXD1 as well as MXD2 by right, not through special land use. The only stipulation, the only real change here is that we are not allowing it by right through R1. Again, with the thought from the past council meeting that what we have today, what we have in front of us, is more closely aligned to the master land use plan and the vision and the intention that was set forth therein. Does that bring you any sort of level of comfort? And that was rhetorical. You don't have to answer.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So to my colleague, it's a great point. But I would also note that the vast majority of the city is R1, but that is still the vast majority of our usable residential land space. So, are we going to have larger conversations about rezoning more of the city as R2 if that becomes necessary? Where does that conversation come in with what's R2 now versus R1? There.
Through the chair, R2 is really not changing. Right now, you can do a triplex or a quadplex in R2.
Yes, I'm asking if R1 would become R2 if we wanted to expand R2. Well, I wasn't asking you.
Well, and again, I think this comes back to
more is allowed in R2 than just quads.
Right.
You can have small apartment buildings in R2.
Wait, about the.
Yeah, you're just offering, what was originally being proposed by offering triplexes and quads in R1 is you're offering more opportunity for diverse housing types across the city.
And I think that's what I have a problem with. We're saying no to certain areas in the city.
And through the chair, we're saying it now. But if we all acknowledge that this is a living document, and we all acknowledge that there are opportunities in the future, I would remind all of us that in the future, after we've had incremental change, we could potentially revisit this. But for the moment, if we have a solution that is a compromise that makes more people comfortable, I'm not sure why we would force it at this point, especially if we are all acknowledging that this is something that we don't see a potential deluge of investors or developers drilling into our neighborhoods and building this kind of housing. If it's not going to be a massive change, then why are we hung up on it at this point?
So that's what drove my compromise last council meeting, was the fact that the data simply just doesn't indicate yet that there's any clamor to build fourplexes. I would love more of them, just like you would, Mayor, but we're not seeing any requested. We're not seeing any interest from people right now. And in fact, right now, there's not a lot of new residential building anywhere happening. It's economically very difficult right now for anyone to build a home. Even single family home construction in Michigan is way down. So, to Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski's point, I think we can revisit this. If we do start to see interest in hey, it looks like you're opening up your zoning code and I can do a triplex, I'd really be interested in doing quads as well. We can have a conversation about, okay, we're seeing interest. Should we revisit the zoning code?
Through the chair. Well, and I think that's why the original proposal was triplexes and quads by special land use. So it would have to go to Planning Commission. The residents around that property would have to be notified within 300 feet. It would then have to also come to the city council for approval. So you're not just letting someone in and allowing them to build by right quadplexes and triplexes in R1.
Through the chair, technically, Greg, at the last meeting, it was by right. There were some stipulations on it, but there was no special land use on triplex or fourplex. So
I first proposed that, and then I cut it down to the triplexes for the special land use.
To the point that was made that it is a living document. With it being a living document, why not have it as including the quads and the triplexes for the R1?
Well,
my reasoning is because it's a living document. I'm hearing that we've not seen a real request, a huge request for this type of housing. But what are we saying to the residents that I've heard from that actually would love this kind of housing available in the community? Maybe they're not here. And you said we have to think about all the residents. There are people that would utilize this type of housing as opposed to any additional housing. And there would be stipulations in place if it was special land use. So I'm trying to figure out why we are so against having it. I mean, I understand you all want to make a compromise.
I'm with you, Mayor.
I don't see the reason why to exclude this when it's not been a demand for it already, but it is here. And I personally want to be in a community that says we have this type of housing available, this type of housing available, that type of housing available for those who need it, a diverse and inclusive housing options available. That's the whole purpose for the rezoning in the first place. And I don't see the point of tabling it or putting it to the side to appease individuals when it should be looked on as far as inclusive housing. I don't see, I'm having a hard time seeing why we would not include that. And I've been thinking about this a long time. We've seen how long this process has gone forward. Lots of opportunity to be involved, lots of opportunity to give your input. And I'm saying that if it is a special land use, if it has to go through planning, if it has to go through council, whoever is here at that time, I think that provides us with some leeway as far as residents being notified. I'm just trying to figure out why we won't allow this.
Well, I think Councilmember Mikulski kind of already said why we wouldn't allow it or why she was leaning a different way and how we got to where we are now, and that was to represent all the voices, you know?
Are we representing all the voices?
I think it's a good compromise. I mean, you know, it's not about what I want. It's, you know, I have to represent our community, all the voices of our community. And, you know, that's coming from someone that was a single mother for many years of my life. And, you know, I understand the importance of it. I think, you know, we can start here and, you know, see where it takes us.
Well, I guess where I'm coming from is someone who has heard from individuals in need of accessible housing, in need of different types of housing, want to live here. I mean, I've heard from those people too. And I think that where my job has taken me is that I've taken on a different perspective where maybe I have not taken on that perspective before, that it's important to have all different types, especially in a community like ours. I will reiterate that we just had a grand opening for the Raymond Shepherd House. That is a housing unit, 53 units for LGBTQ plus resident seniors who now have safe housing. I have been a part of housing for individuals, even though it's just across the street from me in Oak Park, where I've seen these units housing families. We are talking about a housing unit coming on Vester. We're talking about a housing unit coming on 9 Mile. And we're talking about, I don't see any benefit of eliminating any of these choices, especially when we're able to control where they go and how they are constructed. I'm having a problem with that.
So through the chair, if I may, because I'm hearing you about accessibility and the need for accessible options. And I would point us back to the Plan Ferndale document, page 46, chapter 3, talking about the goal 1 of housing concerning retrofitting for accessibility. And again, this is our visioning and our intentionality document. And the very first thing that it says is preserve existing affordability through home rehabilitation. And that resonates with me as somebody that cares about our older housing stock, our individuals who are very concerned about our cute little homes. The concept that we have to move forward with getting rid of one of those to create something different rather than doing the thing that was put into our master plan that says that maybe we should incentivize and push for retrofitting for accessibility so that we can preserve existing affordability through home rehabilitation. I'm not squaring those two. To me, if we are going to look at that as something that was valid then in 2022, so it's not even a long time ago, and that our residents said that they wanted to push forth, it does not seem compatible with saying that we have to eliminate that house and move forward with a quadplex for accessibility, especially if we are already allowing for quadplexes in R2 and mixed use, both 1 and 2.
I should have Roger.
Through the chair, I'd like to point out that we've been debating without a motion on the table.
Well, this is discussion, so we.
Okay.
Let's see here. Right now, the zoning as it stands does not include the quadplexes. Am I correct? A quadplex is still in R2, mixed use. That is included, correct?
Correct. If you pull up the Ferndale, the draft ordinance on page 7, detached single unit is permitted, duplex stacked or side by side is permitted, and then triplex could be any variation of special land use. Quads or fourplexes are not permitted, but they are permitted in R2, MXD1, and MXD2.
And because it was proposed that the quads and tri were permitted in R1, can you share with me, if you can recall, the level of interest in the R1 based on all of the
Level of interest from the public?
From the public.
I have no interest in triplexes, quads, or anything more in the R1 zone district from developers because generally it's not allowed now. So that could be that they already know that. It could be that no one's thinking of it. I know of one duplex that was recently built that the city sold a lot on Horton Street, just north of Ward Heights. That was a duplex. So I can't say if anyone would or not. There just is not a lot of interest. What I would say is that triplexes are allowed if approved like this by special land use, and through that they will have to go through a process, and you will know at that point when you ask people if one gets permitted, would you have done a quad? I can also report back to council the interest from developers if it comes. I just don't really see it coming a lot.
So the units that we have right now are all in, are we saying that all of these are in R2 districts?
No, they're all over. Generally, yes, the R2, because when that zoning was made, we tried to capture most of them, I'm sure, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and because they're likely downtown. but they're
Some of them are in R1 though.
sure from a long time ago. I think maybe Central the R1. I'd have to look it up. And then, you know, we're getting
Central,
really
in 1955, Central.
we're getting really stuck on tris and quads. I'm sure there's a fiveplex somewhere in R1. Right? We just captured the tris and quads. So when a town was built, you know, prior to 1960, there's stuff all over. There's probably not many, but.
Well, through the chair, to give a little bit of zoning history, up until 1967, I'm trying to think of when the Zoning Act of 67? Well, the Zoning Act of 1928, but then there was the Fair Housing Act of 67, 68. That's really when people started focusing on residential zoning, you know, where we were slicing and dicing up. So that's why before 68, you see these triplexes and quadplexes and apartment buildings built throughout the whole city. In 67 or 68, that's when the city developed a plan to say, this is where we want residential, this is where we want industrial, this is where we want commercial. And so it created that restriction. And in that restriction, what some people are arguing is when it was designed back then, it was also designed to restrict lower income people to certain areas, whether they be white or black, to not allow for multiplex units in certain areas because we wanted, you know, single family, people who could afford a single home, you know, or a duplex so that their resident, you know, their mother or whoever could live on the other side. And so that's how the city developed.
Through the chair, I'm going to make one more point, and I'm hoping that this is my last point. As I'm going back through Plan Ferndale, looking at page 43, we keep talking about inclusive housing. There's a section that says, it's titled Inclusive Housing Zoning Recommendations. And it says, in order to meet the goals of the Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Action Plan, Ferndale needs more affordable housing units. This plan recommends the following: zoning changes to allow up to 3 dwelling units per lot citywide, 4 or more units permitted in urban residential place type surrounding the downtown, and by special land use with specific conditions in the traditional residential place type. So theoretically, we could allow for special land use, but I will tell you, again, the push from that Plan Ferndale group, and what I have heard specifically from members, was that the vision is for a vibrant, thriving downtown where you are expecting larger units, you're expecting density. There is an overall, overarching feeling that people want to maintain some green spaces. They want to put down roots. They want home ownership. And they do want affordable housing. And my fear, if we're going to talk about fears, because I got a lot of them, my fear is that if we do say that we are going to allow quadplexes in R1, for instance, by right, that we will end up with affordable housing units being taken by investors to turn it into quadplex, which does not mean home ownership, that does mean rental. And that's not putting down roots. And I do feel like there's a real opportunity here to, again, look at the intention of what we put forth in 2022, what residents put forth in 2022, and emphasize the area that they asked us to emphasize and allow for the quadplexes and even up to 5 units in that urban residential place type, which we currently have in our zoning document right now. And one more thought, the reason that I'm going on about this and the reason I'm being pushy is because doing the small step now gives us time to assess it, gives it time to breathe, rather than doing the big step and then thinking that we might be able to come back and scale it back. It is incremental change, and I feel like, again, we came up with a really nice compromise. We're allowing quadplexes in our downtown, in our mixed use, as well as up to, I can't remember what the other one is, but it's 5+. So it's not like we're not doing it. It's just in a certain area where it really makes sense and where it fit the vision that was set forth in 2022.
So I have a question that is germane to this conversation, but I don't know who to direct it to. So it could be to Anne, it could be to Roger and McKenna, I'm not 100% sure. So we know that the Fair Housing Act triggers at 4 units to require one of those 4 units must become accessible. Are local units allowed to create stricter requirements? So, like, I'm not saying I'm proposing this, I want to just ask. You know, if we said, okay, even triplexes, if you want to do a triplex, one of those units needs to at least be in some form accessible so that the resident of that tri wants to live in it, that's available for people who are in that condition. We can go stricter than the Housing Act.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're not preempted, okay. I'm not proposing anything tonight, I just wanted to put that out there to start ideating on. Because I share the mayor's concern. I mean, I'm the council liaison to the Accessibility and Inclusion Advisory Commission. I share the concern, and I want more accessible units. And when I say accessible, I mean universally, maximally accessible, not just, minimally ADA compliant. I mean, fully blown out, amazing, universally accessible units. So, you know, I'm putting a pin in that for now. I think that, you know, for me, again, I said it earlier, and I think I'm just gonna have to stick with it, which is, I know it's disappointing to some, but I think that incremental change is gonna be our path forward here. We're moving the ball forward. And I think, as I say a lot of the time, my thing is half a loaf is better than no loaf. And so, you know, I'm willing to go with this, but I'm also saying that as a council member, it's also my right to come back in 5 months and say, I want to reopen and I want to propose an amendment to the zoning ordinance to allow for quads. I'm not saying I will, I'm just saying any one of us could do that if the data started to indicate there was a need for it. So that being said.
Is there a need for it?
Well,
they exist right now.
Yes, but no one's seeking to build more.
Well, we don't know that no one's seeking to build it because, I mean, we're not a toy company. We're not doing, testing, going out there talking to developers saying, if we build this, will you come? So we have no idea. Well, the advantage of doing tris and quads by special land use allows us the opportunity to see if we have developers coming forward and determining based on if the street is very, one story, little homes, much like what St. Louis is, they're very smaller homes as opposed to something a bit denser like Marshall. You could look and say, okay, this isn't the right street to be putting a quadplex. What we can't do, or I shouldn't say we can't, what's really, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What's difficult to do is what's called spot zoning. You can't say, well, we're going to make this street, triplexes and quads, but then these 2 streets are going to be, just triplexes, but this street over here is going to be, you have to, and you can't do like half a street, really. You should be doing zones. So creating triplexes and quads by special land use across the city allows for that opportunity for more inclusive housing, accessible housing across the city, but still allows residents as well as the council and planning commission to say, you know what, this particular street or this particular part of a street may not be the best for a quadplex. If it was a 3-plex, triplex, maybe so. But you're allowed that flexibility without automatically just letting quads and triplexes just pop up all over the city.
I would be in support of, again, the special land use for quads and tri. If there's no need for it, then there's no need for it, but I would be in support of it.
For the record, I will not be in support of it, and I think that's obvious from my line of argument.
I will note that, you know, the 178-page report that I referenced at the last council meeting, Zoning Reform Stories and Studies, you know, indicates that, you know, very few jurisdictions that have passed this type of ordinance have seen some big unlocking of demand for quads and tris. I mean, it's reported anecdotal data from communities across Michigan, but so far no community, including Ann Arbor, has seen some big sudden upswell from developers, mostly because current economic conditions just, it's a lot to build a quadplex in you know, any housing. So will that change in the future? I hope. But you know, so far the anecdotal data across the state at least has indicated that no city is seeing some sudden change in developer desire. That's again, not indicative of future performance.
Yeah, and that's found across the country. But again, like you say, it's, you know, it's the current economic conditions. That could very well change in 2 or 3 or 5 years. You know, maybe there's the opportunity for development to, you know, take off. But again, you'll have something on the books that says, already on the books, that restricts someone from just going in and building a triplex or quadplex. They have to come to planning commission. They have to come to council. The neighborhood has to be notified.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a motion to approve the zoning ordinance so that we can formally, technically enter debate, and then formally, if a motion is made, make any potential amendments to the ordinance. But first, we got to kind of get into the actual business of the ordinance. So I'm going to move that we approve the zoning ordinance by the attached resolution as submitted by the CED director. And now we're in debate and can make whatever changes, if any.
We already know where I stand.
Are we ready for a roll call?
I've pretty much done my debating.
Right, I'm just pointing out that if there's a desire to make a change, this is when a motion for an amendment to the ordinance would be made. If not, then I will call the question and we'll vote on it as is.
So is there no support for an amendment? Is my question.
Well, it's already been seconded, so at this point you have a motion on the table. So we either have to debate or vote.
Well, no, now I can entertain, amendments to the ordinance.
I would entertain that the motion be amended to allow for quadplexes in R1 by special land use.
So is that a motion?
It's an amendment to your motion, because you made the motion.
Yes, you have to move for an amendment.
I'm moving it for amendment.
Okay.
How does that work? Does it become one motion? Or is it 2 separate motions?
Someone has to second my amendment, otherwise it dies, and the original motion still remains.
Right.
But the mayor can't say anything, unfortunately, given her role.
I keep hearing about how we are talking about how it's a living document. I don't see the harm in adding it as a special land use. It may be something that we don't even need. Period.
My point.
But we are saying that it is something that we will entertain for those who need that type of housing and in the areas where it can be permitted.
My point of debate is that I am now 5 years in to this council position, and I am confident that government inertia would not bring it back to council, at least not in any foreseeable future. So the baby step forward now keeps people comfortable, and then we revise it at a future date.
Through the chair, and I would argue that data on whether or not developers want to build quads is not obtainable until you allow it. So we could go forward with triplexes by special land use, but then 3 years from now, we could ask the question, well, what's the desire for quadplexes? Well, we have no idea, because developers aren't going to come to us knowing that the zoning restricts quads. So at least you could tell whether or not there's a huge shift to required quads in R1. And then based on that action, do you want to continue with the zoning ordinance as it is, or amend it at that point and say, you know what, we need to pull quads out and leave it just triplexes within R1. But you'll never know that data unless you create the opportunity to obtain that data.
So counterpoint, if we allow triplexes by special land use, can we not extrapolate from the interest level at a triplex level to see what the appetite is for this? It's 3 units versus 4. We're talking about 1 additional unit. Why couldn't we, if we saw a groundswell of people who are interested in triplexes, why couldn't we then reassess and potentially move forward with allowing quadplexes?
Because I don't think you'll be able to, because you're dealing with economies of scale. It would be cheaper for someone to build a quadplex. You would have to ask every developer coming in through a triplex saying, well, if we allowed you to build a quad, would you build a quad there? I think they would all say yes. If the property allowed it, if the width of the property, if the depth of the property allowed it.
Well, now it sounds like we're saying that there might be a groundswell of interest in quadplexes, which is in counter to what we were saying earlier, that there is no groundswell in interest.
I don't think there's a groundswell for either. Just as I pointed out with the data from the last 100 years, how many quads and triplexes have been built in a neighborhood, the downtown area, that has allowed it for 100 years.
And if that's the case, then why are we doing this? Why are we having this debate? You're allowing it in R2 and in the mixed use.
Because sometimes it's not desired. What they want to build is not desired for the downtown. They want to build something that may be off of Hilton or off of Pinecrest, as opposed to just the downtown area. But we're not allowed to do that now because R1 restricts it to residential only.
My point is that things are changing all of the time and we don't know. So why not find out? Why not find out? I mean, and still have some sort of control as to where it should go.
See, that to me was the most compelling part at the previous council meeting when I proposed my initial draft of my compromise, which was to put tris and quads in special land uses because, and you know, I got flack for that, to be honest, by email and it, you know, other communication that was putting too much red tape on things. But I think that was kind of my point, was to add that red tape, was to make people have to go through the additional hurt. Like if you want to try to put a quad in an R1 neighborhood, you're going to have to really go through some hoops. Yes, I don't think the hoops are as onerous as folks may think. And then that would ultimately come to us for a final decision about whether we think it's right or not. And so, you know, I kind of thought that the initial compromise was obviously my preference because it was my initial proposal, because it would give us ultimate control. And I mean, we already voted down a rezoning on St. Louis, as Ms. Engel has said. Like, we took the action that was requested. It came to us, it wasn't the right fit, and we said so. So, I mean, it's not that we can't make those hard decisions if we have to. We do, and we will. And that was sort of the initial intent. But again, I was seeking compromise. My goal is to always try to seek some sort of consensus, is my preference on a body like this, but I don't know. I mean, I've been clear. My preference is for quads, a special land use.
Are you seconding the amendment?
This goes against my my desire to seek consensus because it'll force us to have to take a roll call and put ourselves out in a way that is not going to evidence consensus.
It's not, it's evidence that we don't have consensus now, though.
Right. All right, then I will second the motion to amend to add quads as special land use.
You need a second to that motion then?
You moved, I seconded.
Okay.
Now we need a roll call.
Or debate.
Oh, that's right. I hope we have debated this issue enough. It is very hot in here.
We're ready for a roll call.
Yeah, I call the question.
Polika?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kelly?
No.
Mikulski?
No.
Leaks May?
Yes.
Okay, so then I move we give final approval to the zoning ordinance as amended. Do we not need to make an?
No, that was the motion.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I amended the original motion. Oh.
That's it.
So now you.
Why, did you want to make any other changes? Okay.
No, they voted on it.
With the amendment.
Yeah.
I'm quite proud of myself.
I'm confused. Dean, do we have to vote on the original motion now?
It's been amended.
Yeah, the amended motion.
I move to,
They already roll call.
we already roll call.
We roll called on the amendment to my motion to approve the zoning ordinance.
So now we,
Ended. Now we vote on the final.
Full roll call.
Full
The
roll call.
final with, that is now currently amended.
Yes. Yeah.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kelly?
No.
Mikulski?
No.
Polika?
Yes.
Leaks May?
Yes.
Thank you, Council.
All right, we are now moving on to item 8B, approval of the fiscal year 2026 to 2031 capital improvement plan.
I thank you. If you'll allow me just a minute to pull up the presentation. All right, thank you. Good evening. We are here tonight. I'm going to present the Ferndale Capital Improvement Plan for the next 6 fiscal years. This capital improvement plan was presented and recommended for approval by the Planning Commission in November. So just kind of some overarching things here, our CIP policy. So capital improvement is any construction, expansion, or rehab of city facilities that would cost over $10,000 and have a useful service life of 3 or more years. Vehicles that are bought and leased, those are considered capital improvements. Purchase of city equipment that costs over $10,000, as I just mentioned, 3 or more years. And any study that meets the following criteria. So if it costs $10,000 and has a useful service life of 3 or more years, or if the study costs $25,000 and is not part of any other capital improvement program. So why do we do this? We do this to help the city understand and budget for current and future needs, to better coordinate projects to minimize disruption, kind of like the way we run the lead service line replacements ahead of other infrastructure for the last few years. And also to comply with the Michigan Planning Enabling Act and the MEDC's Redevelopment Ready Communities Best Practices. Different funding options for capital improvements include bonds, whether it's revenue bonds or general obligation, our road funds through Act 51 funding, tax increment financing, for example, our DDA, general fund, capital outlay, and enterprise funds. So just basically budgeting those capital improvements through the budget process. So briefly, a quick layout of this year's process. In the late summer, early fall, department directors began submitting their projects for the next 6 fiscal years. Once those were completed, our CIP policy review team met with each department director and did a quick interview, talked about the projects, did some scoring, and then from there we drafted the document that is in the packet, and we then presented it to the Planning Commission for recommendation of approval. So some highlights here. Over the next 6 fiscal years, we have needs of over $100 million in capital improvements. Of course, $100 million is a ton of money, and not all these projects will get funded through the budget process. However, it's important that they get included in the plan so that we are prepared for them nonetheless, and we understand our needs. Of these, the majority of it come from general fund needs. This is going to be your major facilities, improvements to fire stations, police station, city hall, DPW. Of course, infrastructure is in there, road funds, water and sewer, parking funds. And then we do have in the plan, although it is not likely to be funded at this point now since the failure of Headley, but we did have a projected bond amount for the Martin Road facility, which is where that $9.1 million is coming in. But that one will obviously not be funded because we weren't able to get the funding through the Headley override. So a couple of things here. 15.5% of our general fund is facility needs. Majority of this is going to be at the Department of Public Works. It's pretty significant, but also parking lots, outdoor parks and buildings are in there, the fire stations, city hall and police station. Hopefully, we can continue to move forward with some projects to extend the service life of these buildings through the next few years. We have a ton of needs in the water and sewer fund. You're going to hear about some of these in just a little bit. But, over the next 6 years, we're looking $15.6 million in need for the lead service line replacement program, which makes up 55.5% of the total in the water and sewer fund. Our water main improvement program is $6.8 million over the next 6 years, which makes up a quarter of that. And then the rest is some of the manhole rehab, some of the preventative stuff in the sewer with the televising, and then also the sewer improvement program. So how did the team score projects? So as I was mentioning a little bit ago, funding for capital improvements, it's limited. So we have to prioritize. How do we do this? We score the project. We use a CIP scoring matrix that looks at each project's impact on safety, the support for sustainability goals, support for equity goals, the cost recovery for the project. You're going to notice some similarities between this and priority-based budgeting as well. The impact on the community, the service area, the impact on different planned Ferndale goals, and then of course, as I just mentioned, priority-based budgeting program scores. Now we take each of these factors, put them into the matrix to come up with a composite score. So back to the PBBI scores, this is similar to what we use in the matrix on some spots, the demand for the program, if there's a state, federal, local mandate for the program, how much of the population is served by the project, if there's any cost recovery, and if the community relies on the city to do it, or if there are other areas which they can get them. The biggest ones on this, the highest scores for CIP programs this year was, of course, citywide infrastructure projects. So that's roads, water, sewer, all of that. IT was pretty high on there. This is going to be a lot of the security from IT, and then also building construction and administration. So in the current year that we're in, the current fiscal year, there had been $4.7 million of capital requests in the budget that was adopted that we're currently operating under. Only 2.86 million of those were funded. A lot of these became deferred projects, which deferred projects end up coming at a cost that I'll get into in a minute. Over the last couple years, we've seen the majority of our general fund capital expenses are coming in the fire department. Not a knock against the fire department, their stuff's just really expensive. They've got some pretty major vehicles, so that's why you see that. City parks have done a ton of improvements over the last few years, so they're going to be second on that list. So as I mentioned, deferred maintenance comes at a cost. This, it increases safety hazards. If we know there are potholes on a road and we can't get to them and replace, maybe resurface that road, those potholes can become increased safety hazards. Increased in maintenance costs over time. It costs a lot more to fill those potholes over the life of that road than it would at some point to just repave it. Reduced effectiveness, increased environmental impact, poor regulatory compliance. If you have generators that are not operating properly and are starting to, have worse emissions than they should. If you have, just various issues on the regulatory side. And of course, a lack of community trust. It looks like you're not taking care of your stuff. So some of these examples, I was mentioning roads because they're probably the easiest one for everybody to notice. Can result in damaged vehicles, increased safety hazards. Also, if you neglect deteriorating roads long enough, it's much more costly to do a complete reconstruction, which ends up needing to be done, than a simple repave. Reduced inspection schedules on storm drains and sewers can lead to blockages, which can lead to water backups in homes and buildings. So when building maintenance is deferred, the essential repairs are more costly. So wrapping up this year, just big thanks to the CIP review team. We had cross-sectional representation from City Council, the Planning Commission, and then multiple departments throughout the city. So it was excellent project this year. Really happy the way it turned out and the way everybody participated. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Open it up to council regarding capital improvement.
Through the chair, there were a couple items that I noticed that I was surprised to see. For instance, on page 21, the Southwest Storage Yard being relocated within 1 to 2 years. And there was a column that's 6-year total for $594,000. I thought that we had pushed that further out. I was not expecting to see it within 1 to 2 years. I know it was something discussed during the facilities assessment and just long-term strategic plan, but I wasn't expecting to see it in this. What I did expect to see that I didn't see was during our strategic session where we were talking about sanitation and the need for trash cans within our neighborhoods. I was expecting to see something about that since that is a large capital improvement, and I didn't see that. And I was hoping that that would be something we could potentially find a way to get into this capital improvement plan.
So if something isn't in there, it's likely that the project wasn't submitted. And so were you hoping to have that accomplished in the next fiscal year?
Not necessarily within the next fiscal year. I mean, sooner rather than later would be great. But who's supposed to submit it? If this was a strategic priority from council, then whose role is it to submit something like that?
Each department director is tasked with various items from the strategic plan. I can't say exactly who had been tasked with that
Okay.
right now, but it is one that we can definitely look at adding, if not for this year, but we can make sure that it gets included in the next year plan.
That would be fabulous. And when would I expect to see that within a plan? Would it be in the budgeting session that we would talk about something like that?
We can look at it again in the budgeting, absolutely.
Great.
I just want to,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I just want to add to that. Now, I believe earlier in the year, when you started discussing capital improvement, it was opened up for any of us to submit a project. Is that correct?
Yep, absolutely. I believe mayor and council, I think I sent you guys the same link.
So then any of us could have.
Yep.
Oh, did you?
Honestly, I don't remember even seeing it.
Okay, okay, all right. But that is the protocol. Any of us can submit a project.
Yeah, I think that was a change that was made a couple years ago, was to include mayor and council on the project submissions.
Any ideas that council has for the next capital, you can submit whatever it is you want to see, and then it goes through a process by way of this review team, correct?
Absolutely. And typically, we've been getting the applications out, I think, August, September, usually leaving them open for 6 to 8 weeks.
So in theory, is this something where we could add that? I mean, this is to us for approval. In theory, can't we amend the final document, make changes tonight, and then you would incorporate them in the final posted version?
Yeah, we could.
So if we wanted to add the trash, the waste can thing, I assume like phased over the 6 years? Or?
Well, technically, it should go before the committee for review and voting before you put it into this. My suggestion would be to submit the document so it already exists in the system, so that when we go through the CIP plan in the fall, that it automatically be up. But beyond that, it'll be in the system. So in March, when we do our planning session, we doing another one in March, or do we do it every 2 years?
I believe the rotation has been, I think, every 3 years.
Every 3, okay, so it wouldn't be this year, it would be the following year.
Right.
Because I think it's done every new council. I think it's done every 2 years, isn't it?
Okay, might be.
Okay. But then it would be available for the planning commission, I'm sorry, the CIP committee to review it next fall, to include it in the plan, especially if it's not something that's going to be done this year.
Yeah, but again, that's a committee and we're the council and we're approving this. So,
well,
I mean,
we have processes for a reason.
Yeah.
If we're just gonna, we're just gonna do it because we're council, kind of defeats the purpose of creating processes and procedures.
Well, again, yes, but it's our responsibility to make the final decision. So, I mean, that is how this works.
And if it would impact within the next year, I would agree with you.
Well, and just because it is or isn't in the CIP doesn't necessarily mean it's being funded this year, right?
Right.
So things that aren't in the CIP could still come back and be funded.
Sure.
Theoretically.
I mean, I understand.
What happens, sorry, Donnie. What happens with the projects that have maybe been submitted but weren't approved? Are they still kind of in some sort of document somewhere?
Yeah, so they continue, projects that don't get funded get resubmitted each year. So
Is that an automatic process?
what we did this year was we took the projects, took the 6-year list of projects from last year, shared it with the department heads, made sure that they still thought those projects were, should be in there as we were building out the tables. So automatic only because I was doing it, if that makes sense. It wasn't automated.
Mm-hmm. But to be clear, we don't delete any requests that are in the system because no one has, said, oh, I'm going to push this now. They're kept in the system. The system always has them in, it's just whether or not they're active or in this particular plan. So I know that there are entries that just are sitting there that, because I've made them.
So through the chair, the reason I ask that is because this is not my first rodeo asking for these trash cans.
I know.
And 5 years of me asking for trash cans.
I know.
That I can stop killing rats in my spare time. And I would love nothing more than to see it in here, because there have been years that I've been told it needs to be in the CIP plan. And then there have been years that I've been told it needs to be in our budget session. And we flip-flopped back and forth on it. If there's a way that I can make an amendment to have it either go back to the committee, to have the committee assess it, or to get it in here tonight, I will gladly do that. I just don't have the legal knowledge or verbal skills to figure out how to position that.
So I am gonna beat the drum that everyone loves to hear from me, which is my day job. But I'm literally doing this right now. I'm literally doing the capital agenda for the city of Detroit. Several $billion. I know that when it gets to the city council, despite all the work my staff and the administration have done, the city council can make amendments and changes to that plan. They do all the time. I get reams and reams of changes. And for the most part, like, okay, fine. Because again, the CIP is not a budget. It's not a binding plan where it gives us a guideline, but it doesn't say we have to necessarily do something. It's all dependent on funding. And so, the work that the committee does is really important for sure. But again, I think if we're adding one line item to the capital plan right now that a council member's been told for multiple years should be in here and yet never makes it in, I feel like it's not a very big lift.
Yeah, it can be done.
Do we need to
So
make
now
a
what do we
motion
do?
to do that?
I'm sorry, I'm skimming through right now to see like which department would normally, that Public Works?
Yeah, I feel like that would be Public Works or sanitation.
Great.
Yeah, there's a sanitation section there.
And now we could also take direction tonight to ensure, because at this point, I don't know that we have full quotes. I don't know that we have all the documentation to get it in.
That's okay.
But so another option would be to direct staff to ensure submission of said project for the next year's plan.
The next cycle.
Yeah. Which might be a cleaner way to do it. That way we can make sure we have numbers and then we can present that. So
What does
planning
that mean next cycle? Would that be in the fall?
Yeah. So for the next 6-year CIP.
That'd be a year from now.
Could we not
Final
make an
approval.
amendment to have, again, there's a quote that exists. There's a quote that Joe had, there's a quote that I have concerning these. If we're just waiting for a number, I feel like that's something that I could find in 10 minutes of an email search.
Yeah, I mean, that's however council wishes to proceed. But, from a process side, it would be cleaner on our end to be directed to ensure its inclusion for the next CIP. But it's at your discretion.
My discretion is sooner rather than later. But again, I will consult the rest of council. If you want it to wait until the next round of this, then that is your prerogative. I would ask that we try to include it in the CIP.
I don't find it particularly onerous for us to make amendments to this document today. And I think we can use numbers for the latest quote. We can say the numbers. And this thing isn't binding. It's not requiring us to pay the dollars tomorrow or even next year. It just says, it puts a marker out and says, this is an important priority. And waiting a whole year just to get something in seems like we're valuing process over the ultimate result. And that's not
Waited years already.
It's not necessary. I think it's just unnecessary. So I will support my colleague's motion to amend the current CIP.
I guess,
Did
whereas
you make
when
a
it comes
motion?
down to voting for it, I would, again, I recall hearing about this before. So I guess the process as far as how it is voted in or where it's prioritized, I guess that's what I'm missing because it's been here for a while. If this is something that we can just amend tonight to just see that it's in there for, more eyes to kind of get on it and trying to determine the need sooner than later, I don't have any problem with that.
Bonnie, can you make the motion?
Sure. So I move that the proposed capital, I move that the proposed capital improvement plan be approved with the following amendment: to add to the Public Works Department's capital improvement plan a project entitled
Sanitation carts.
trash cans and sanitation carts, wording to be worked out by the interim city manager, to a dollar amount equal to the amount of the latest quote, spread at whatever seems reasonable by the interim city manager.
Support. That was very clean.
Johnson,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Leaksmay.
Yes. And did you get all that, Dean?
I've got a video recording.
Okay, we'll go back and turn that into something. And I want to stress, again, this is a capital improvement plan. It's a plan. It's it's not tying our hands in any way. Okay.
Right. All right, so now, back to lead service line replacements. 8C.
Friends.
Okay, I'm back. I'm going to have a little bit more detail on short-term strategy, a little less detail, more detailed than the first presentation on long-term, but a little less detail overall. So the 2025 lead service line replacement program funding extension is what this regular agenda item is. So I'm going to go over two things, as I mentioned, short-term and long-term needs. The short-term needs, simply put, $1 million for 200 replacements in 2025, and that's pending more funding. If we're able to fund more, ideally we would be doing more than 200 a year. And part of this agenda item is the recommendation to approve additional funding for $900,000 to extend to Gustafson HDD and add to their contract and have them perform them. The second part of this presentation will look at long-term needs. We need about $3,175,000 over the next 13 years annually if we space out our remaining replacements over that 13-year term. I'm going to present some cost projections for the program. There's going to be a lot of numbers. If anyone has questions, just ask. I'm not going to go over every column, but I will kind of summarize and show you the data that we put together with our civil engineering partner. So finally, I will just say that clarity will be needed eventually on funding heading into summer, so that way we understand what we're going to do going forward. So I was just going to redo this verbatim without making any changes, but I am kind of meticulous about correcting mistakes. So I did change a few things, but this is generally what I put in front of council on May 5th, 2024. This is what we asked for, this is what was approved, and then I'll go into where we're at today. So we asked for an extension of pricing cover to January 2025. We locked in our contract with Gustafson, our contractor, at $6,800 for full replacements, $325 for verifications. One of the numbers I changed was $5,700 was our average per replacement. That's gone up slightly just due to inflationary. We've had some cost adjustments, and over the last couple of years, that's brought our number up from 57 to 58. We had roughly 350 to 400 that were conflicting with infrastructure work. That infrastructure work is done. These lead replacements are done. 2025 paving, 2025 and 2026 water main improvements were the projects that were in the way. We asked for an additional 1,002 ARPA-funded verifications. We got that. Those are done. All in all, we needed outside of ARPA 1.7 million, and that equaled about 293 replacements on top of what we had available in the state revolving loan fund. So the contracts extension and verification that we're currently looking at, the LSLR program needs additional funding for 2025. We can find and need about 925,000. That leaves about 150,000 left from last council approval. That gets us to $1,075,000. At $6,800 for full replacements, 325 verifications, our contractor will extend that pricing for this extension. Again, $5,800 is the average per replacement. I feel like there was something else I was supposed to mention. Verifications, we will not focus on vector verifications to save cost. We will focus on the self-reporting tool. Eventually, I will mention, as I mentioned earlier, that verifications do need to continue. We need to bank as many as possible to move our program forward. Replacements, roughly 115 is the mandate. Without getting too technical, it's 5% of our lead and galvanized that we know of. We expect that we have, of the 6,000 unknowns, 63% of those to be lead as well. So really this number is low because we don't have verifications for roughly 60% of our total service lines. And we have an additional 73 that we may have infrastructure conflicts with, and we need a little bit of a buffer in case we need to. Again, if you're starting on a block, you think you have 30 and you actually have 40. We don't like to just stop and leave 10 people kind of in the wind, not understanding when we're going to come back and finish their replacements. So again, 2025 paving, I think we have a small conflict street that we missed. It's not a lot of homes. 2025, 2026 water main improvement, most of those are completed as well. DPW recommends using Gustafson for this work, and what I did forget to add a slide on, which would have probably been helpful, is where I came to that $920,000 is from deferring maintenance. So we had a manhole rehabilitation program that James actually just mentioned, stormwater improvements, valve replacement, and the water main project that is next on the agenda actually came in $200,000 cheaper than we thought it would, and that totals about $920,000. The water main we're saving, that's great, but I do want to mention that the other $720,000 is deferred maintenance, so it will just move on down the line. So just quickly, the distribution system materials inventory that I always stumble over, remembering what it is. We have lead, 595, 72 that were galvanized, previously connected to lead. Non-lead, this is a large number because it includes all of our replacements and anything we verified to be copper, copper, and copper. Our lead status unknown is 6143. Those are the addresses that we do not have complete information on. And then the total number of service lines, we're not sure why, but sometimes it fluctuates between 9955 and 1025. It has something to do with the way apartments are counted. So the service line replacement program by the numbers. The lead service line program is going to require tens of millions over the next 10 to 13 years. There's just no good way to put it. I wanted to kind of compare, because what we're going to look at is a couple of options where we front load our investment or we pay at the back end. And I just want to mention that 600 replacements now at 7,000. It's been a while since we've been out to bid. I don't expect that we're going to get $6,800 per replacement the next time we do. So 7,000's a little bit of an increase for our accounting sake. So $4.2 million for those 600. In 2034, which is 10 years from now, in a 13-year program, we would expect to pay closer to $9,583 per. So this just kind of shows that if we just don't do anything now and we pay at the back end, the costs will exponentially increase. So in 2037, again, that's the 100% completion rate that is required currently by the EPA. Michigan is still changing legislation and rules to accommodate that. We did have until I always forget if it's 2041 or 2042, but it's moved up substantially by this EPA timeline, and Eagle is in the process of kind of reconfiguring. They came up with a 5% annual replacement total based on 20-year term. Now that it's 10, we expect it's going to be closer to 10%. So again, right now our mandate is 5% of known lead and galvanized, but we think eventually it could be 10% of lead and galvanized, and then even after that, it could be 10% of lead and galvanized plus our unknowns. And what does that mean? That means that 100 now increases to 435 roughly if we were looking at the unknowns combined with 10% of what we do know. The action level, again, is going down from 15 to 12, and 3 years from now, it should be 10. And I did want to say what the action level is because it can be kind of confusing. That is the concentration of lead that triggers a need for corrective action. So that is not the safe level for lead. There is no safe level for lead. Elevated replacement rates and more emergency replacements will take place as the action level falls. So drinking water state revolving loan fund apps. I've mentioned these a little bit, and I did think it's fair to mention not to be all doom and gloom, but unless something changes, Ferndale is not likely to receive further low interest loans or grants through the state revolving loan fund. The state scoring system, it looks for drinking water regulatory noncompliance, which we're actually pretty good at complying, public health protection issues, of which we don't have many. Drinking water standards here are pretty high. Infrastructure improvements. We've discussed with Eagle ways to maybe elevate our point total by adding some of our water main improvements to it. It's drinking water specific, so sewer and anything non-water supply doesn't count. They also look at disadvantaged applicants, and if anyone is curious, Ferndale would have to be considered overburdened, which we get 20 points for. We would have to have users assess the costs of the infrastructure work, which that we do, but the city would have to be under the state median household income as well. Ferndale's 86, state of Michigan 76. I don't think we're going to get there. And then the last step is complex, and we don't qualify for B, so it's not worth getting into. But the 2025 application that we submitted, we scored a 65. 85 was the score, at which point funds were stopped, and 52 of the municipalities above us were considered overburdened. So we do not have a very good chance under this current arrangement to qualify for any of this. We're doing good, our residents are doing well, and this hurts our chances to get outside funding. So the LSLR strategy number one, I mentioned paying higher upfront costs. This approach maintains higher funding to get more done early. So the pros of this are that we have less lead in the ground. That improves the health and well-being of the community. Spending up front means that there's less overall spending in the program over the 13-year term. We also lower our percentages for annual mandates. So if you do 2,000 over 4 years like we've done, that means that 5% of your remaining is much less, or eventually 10%. That gives you a little more flexibility. Lowers our percentages, and it also ensures that we're not competing with everyone else for a contractor. And that doesn't seem like a big deal now, but 13 years from now, when everyone is stuck doing what they have left, there may be a very competitive market that doesn't look good for municipalities. Cons. So upfront cost is higher. You'll see, I'm going to show a spreadsheet that kind of lays out 13 years of spending, and the upfront cost is high. Competition is high for funding other capital improvements, which I worded kind of strange, but needless to say, as James mentioned, there are other capital improvements that need funding, and lead service line spending increased at the front means decreased spending in other areas. So again, a lot of numbers, but basically this is 13 years of the program. If we were to front load, stay at the same pace that we're doing now for the next 3 years, That's about 500, then it decreases to 375, moves down. This front loads your spending, so that way you save a little bit more. The total cost of the program is $39 million. And obviously, some of these projections can change. 13 years out, it's hard to predict, but we've adjusted for inflation to kind of put a number to the cost of the program. Yeah, and then first year, $3.8 million. End of the program, you're looking at closer to 2.4. So the second strategy is to pay more later, do a few less upfront, and then hit it hard at the end. Pros here, upfront cost is lower, funding available for other capital improvements is there. The cons, you leave lead in the ground longer, that decreases the health and well-being of the community. Spending later means that you spend more overall on the project. It increases our percentages for annual mandates late in the program, and if something changes late in the program and we have a lot out there, then it drastically changes the mandate for the program. 100% completion, one of the most important things. The final year is already going to be exponentially difficult. I mentioned our door knocking campaign. I think we knocked on roughly 1,500 doors and we only got access to 700. And that's for a 5-minute process where you knock, you say, hello, we'd like to look at your water meter. The end of our program, it is going to be extremely difficult to get into doors and get people to sign access agreements. It's going to be the customers that have kind of ignored. And other than that, you're going to be competing with every other municipality for a contractor. And it may make meeting your mandate impossible. So the pay later option costs a little bit more, $41,131,000. And in this scenario, we kind of do 344 every year for 13 years until we're done. And then you can see costs kind of escalate towards the end because you're doing the same amount as opposed to front-loading your project. And then I'll mention some of the other water capital funding needs that we don't need to get into because it's all in the capital funding program. James already went over this, but needless to say, there are quite a few big numbers on this board that do need funding, and we'll talk about water meter replacement program next. So again, I just wanted to end with the LSLR program. We're asking for an additional funding for 2025, $925,000 needed to add to the $150K left. We would be locked in at $6,800 full replacement, $325 for verifications if we went with an extension for Gustafson. And are there any questions?
Open it up to council.
Well, I'm just going to state what I've already stated for the record. I'm going to state it again. I think that the fact that there is a mandate that has been placed on cities and that we are being provided with absolutely no resources with which to implement that mandate is, quite frankly, crap. And, you know, it's crappy. It's just crappy that we're being forced to push this down and have our residents bear the burden of this mandate with no assistance. And it's not your fault. It's nobody's in this room's fault, but it's just ridiculous. This feels like an impossible problem to solve. You know, it's just a quagmire that this council is now stuck in, and the city staff, and, you know, everybody. We're all stuck in every city across the state. Sorry, that's not a productive comment. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you're not wrong. You look at a community, and I'm only pointing them out as an example, not because I have anything against them. But you look at Oak Park. It's a newer community. It was built well after the war. They have fewer homes that have lead pipes. Their impact is much less than ours, where a huge majority. We're being penalized because we're an older community asking to do the same as every other community like Oak Park, but their financial output is much less than what we have to do. And it sucks that we don't get compensated in any way. And when we do more, then we're penalized. We're not allowed to get, grants because we're doing so great. Sorry, again, it's not productive, but it needs to be spoken.
Well,
There's a suggested action.
I move to approve the contract extension with Gustafson HDD for $920,000 and allow the DPW director to sign with the expense charge to Water and Sewer Capital, Department of Public Works, Repair and Maintenance Account 101-441-930.000, pending approval by the interim city manager and city attorney as submitted by the DPW director.
Or
Polika,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Johnson,
yes.
Mikulski, Leaks May.
yes. Stay up there, right?
Thank you.
Item 8D.
Let us yell at you about pipes some more.
This one's shorter. 2025 Water Main Improvement Program. So we have our low bid, our bid recommendation from our civil engineer, Giffords Webster, who I've been calling Giffords and Webster now for 4 years. Just corrected. Water Main Improvement Program history. So the Water Main Improvement Program prioritizes and replaces water main sections that are likely to fail. Our system has about 75 miles of water main total. It serves about 10,000 properties. 73% of our water main are older than 50 years, and that's a rough number, which is why I put that star, so I remember to say that's approximate. We will have results of a detailed study done by HRC probably in the next 2 to 3 months. 27% of our water main has been replaced since 1990, and that is a low number, but that is actually pretty good. 2024, we replaced Mapledale and Jewel. We replaced water main on Vester and Sylvan in 2023, Leach and Renson in 2022. Why do we replace water main before it fails? Well, there are many good reasons to replace it. There are older mains that look like this. This is about 100 years old. Most of ours obviously don't look like this, but it's interesting in that it highlights the problem because you have a 10-inch or 12-inch main that is effectively a 6-inch or an 8-inch main, and then you lose capacity. There's also all this gross stuff that your water is running through. So importantly, older mains, they break frequently. Emergency brakes are expensive. Brakes are labor intensive. Brakes can cause service disruptions. People don't have water at their home until it's fixed. Brakes also require roadway repairs, and they can cause damage to utilities when we're making those repairs. And corrosion lowers the capacity of the main. So prioritizing the Water Main Improvement Program. The Water Main Improvement Program uses data to address critical needs, make replacements before things break, and to upgrade the service capacity at the same time. So all of these 6-inch water main, old 6-inch water main that runs through residential areas is upsized to 8 inches. That's to increase the capacity to serve more population if we ever have it. Old gate valves are replaced. So you kind of see that's a gate valve connected to the system. When we replace water main, we replace those valves, and a lot of those valves are approaching 100 years old, as well as some of our water main. So yeah, dig once is always what we strive for, which is why we bundle that with paving. You'll see the map, but all 3 of the streets on this year's program are being repaved at the same time. Last year we had about 10 to 12 water main breaks. And that's actually pretty good. Some of our neighbors see a lot more, and it just really is a labor sink. You can't get a lot done when you're dealing with emergencies every day. So this program is connected to system-wide upgrades as well. So council has approved some PRV upgrades, VFD upgrades, and repairs to our pumps at the Hilton Road pump station that dramatically lower that amount of total breaks per year. So Water Main Improvement Program by the numbers. The Ferndale Water Main Improvement Program was very competitive this year. We got 11 bids, which is the most we've got in 6 years. The low bid was $2,194,742. The high was much higher, about 700,000 higher at 2.9 million. The water as bid, and this is where it gets kind of goofy, and I want to make sure to compare apples to apples. So part of this process, we do paving at the same time through the same bid process. So I kind of like separated that out for comparison so that you can see 6 years of the program, but only the water main amounts. So the water as bid this year is about $1.7 million, and that's for 3,300 linear feet. Last year we did about 2,300 linear feet for 962,000, had 9 bids. 2023 we did an extension for FDM. That was a weird year, but we did about 1,100,000 spending for 1,600 linear feet. 1,900 linear feet, 7 bids in 2022, 5 bids, 4 bids. You can see how COVID kind of knocked down the bids, and then since then it's kind of climbed back, which is great because the more competitive, assuming the better your pricing will be. And this year's low bid was Deponio Contracting LLC. They did quality work, completed on time at estimated cost in 2018 for the city's water main improvement program. So this year, the locations that we're looking at, again, these are going from 6 inches to 8 inches, is Mahan, Brickley, and Shevlin. Mahan goes from Chester to the dead end, whereas Brickley and Shevlin go all the way to Lenox. The 2025 Water Main Improvement Program timeline tentatively follows: March, pre-construction; April, construction begins; August, everything should be done; September, construction is completed. And that's restoration, the whole thing. We should be zeroed out on our account or our contract. And I think the 3 streets are all predicted to take about 45 to 50 days apiece. That's it.
Not already discussed. If any other discussion regarding popular topic tonight?
Through the chair, I just had a quick question. Could you pull the map up again, because I missed that earlier? And so we're saying it's Brickley, Shevlin, and...
Mahan, Brickley, and Shevlin from Chester Street to Lenox, but Mahan dead ends on the service drive.
Okay. And you said that those are associated with roads that are being repaved?
Yes, they are.
So what happens in 2026 when we're done with our road repaving?
That's a good question. There's a few different things you can do. What we did on Vester that actually worked out pretty well is we did a trench repair. So instead of doing full curb to curb or gutter to gutter, we did a roughly 10 to 12 foot section. We repaved that. That's probably what we're going to have to do going forward. I think we have Woodward Heights and Jarvis Street. Those are smaller water main projects. And then the next big one, which will be 3 years, is 8 Mile. So that's a street that's outside the local paving program anyway.
MDOT just paved 8 Mile.
I don't believe they paved the west side of it.
West of Woodward, okay.
Correct, yep.
Yeah, they only went up to Woodward.
From Woodward to Detroit Axle.
Okay.
Big
stretch. Yeah, they did that like 10 years ago, I think. Through the chair, can you go, it may be one slide back. It's the one that had the different years. Okay. So 2025, you're saying it's 17 to 1.7 million. And that is what's being proposed for Deponio?
It's actually more. So that's just the water amount.
Okay.
So I can, the bid recommendation that was attached with the council agenda item goes into it. It's 1.7 for water. It actually breaks it out, I think, on the second page. 337 is for road improvements.
Okay.
And then I think there's 100,000 for inspections and construction administration.
Yep. Yeah. 132,000 for inspections and construction administration. Okay. And Deponio, We used them last year?
In 2018.
In 2018? Yep. Okay. And we know that their quality hasn't changed since then?
That is correct. Giffords Webster, I want to say and, Giffords Webster always does background checks on prospective contractors. They call neighboring communities good background checks on Deponio.
I'm thrilled to see that we budgeted 2.4 million for this and we're coming under budget. So that's nice. Appreciate that. All right, so I move we approve the bid award for the 2025 Water Main Improvement Program to Deponio Contracting LLC in the estimated amount $2,194,742.82, with the expense charged to the Water and Sewer Fund, capital outlay account number 592-000-977-000, road-related improvements charged to the road bond, account 450-000-977.700, and approve the DPW director to sign contract documents following approval of the city attorney.
Support.
Johnson,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Now we are, yes, call to council, where I will defer to the interim city manager for department head updates.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a few tonight, so we'll start tonight with our communication specialist, Riley Coleman, who's going to hit on some newsletter updates.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I also have some updates from Parks and Recreation I will share as well. So our 15th edition of the quarterly print newsletter is here. It is in the mail. I'm hoping it'll be at homes by the end of the week. So this is, again, our 15th edition. This is for winter. So it covers January, February, and March. We have information about trash and recycling delays, snow emergencies, which we always hope we don't need, composting, parks and recreation events and sports, which I'll get into, property taxes, winter fire safety, all that good stuff. I've also been sharing on social media and our website some reflections from departments. So I've kind of been celebrating them a little bit and giving some cool statistics and things that have going on in 2024. So those are also sprinkled throughout the edition. We will have extra copies here at City Hall, as well as Incubizo and the library. So please reach out if you have any questions. And I did want to point out too that this is the photo we took at the dot for Joe. And I'm grateful that we also have Luke in the picture as well. So I wrote him a little note on the inside. So I will switch over to Parks and Rec. So there are still a few spots left for the Grand Experience all-inclusive Mackinac Island trip at the Grand Hotel, which is May 13th through 16th, 2025. A deposit of $150 is due by January 8th to secure your spot. Family and friends are welcome as long as you have someone 50 plus years old traveling with you. Please contact Parks and Rec for more information. Also, save the date for the Little Princess Dance, formerly known as the Daddy Daughter Dance, which will be held on February 1st. Registration will be open later this month. There's also details in the newsletter as well. The Santa mailbox is in front of the Parks and Rec office at Incubizo until tomorrow, so don't miss your chance to mail your letter to Santa. And lastly, Parks and Rec offices will be closing at noon this Thursday. And that's what I got. Thank you.
All right, next we're going to have our Fire Chief Robinson to talk some holiday safety.
Good evening, everybody. So just a couple reminders for anybody who has a fresh cut Christmas tree, please make sure you're watering it. When they get dried out, they can become a fire hazard. And as much as we may not want to think about that we're actually going into the winter season, remember, if snow falls and you're clearing your driveways, be conscious about where you're throwing that snow so you don't bury your dryer vents, your furnace vents. That exhaust needs to get out of your house so it doesn't get trapped and get pushed back into your house. So just be conscious of that, when that white stuff does fall, and let's all have a great holiday season.
Next up, we have Police Chief Emmy.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Just a reminder, this is the last meeting before the new year. With the new year, it falls under our city and state fireworks laws or statutes. Fireworks are permitted from 11 a.m. on the 31st till 1 a.m. on the 1st. If you hear that, outside of those hours, call the police department and we'll do our best to shut it down. Thank you.
All right, and then Jim Jameson, talk about some disruptions to services due to holidays.
So presentations. Trash pickup will be delayed by a day on Christmas and New Year's. They do work Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So if you're on Christmas or New Year's, it'll be delayed by a day and then following. Bag leaf pickup ends this week. Soccer Transfer Yard accepts them year round. So if you miss them, you can keep them in your on your property or you can take them to Sacra. DT trimming is currently taking place in the northwest corner of the city, from Withington to Pleasant Ridge. The city worked with them on providing guidance for process and communication. We're hoping that they do what was asked of them. If they don't, your first call should be to them with questions and concerns. The second call should be to DPW, and then we can communicate your needs to them. So that's the third thing. Fourth thing, Holiday Heave, which we're happy to announce, will take place 12/23 to 1/6. So during the holiday season, it's important that everyone has an area to recycle bulk cardboard and paper materials. So we're going to set that up similar to the Pumpkin Plop in Martin Road Park and the Kulik Center to drop off all of our cardboard and paper. And that's it.
You said it was a holiday heave?
Yeah.
Do that before?
Well, Pumpkin Plop's a lot better. Holiday Heave, right?
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
And is it just paper and cardboard, or is it any bulk item?
Paper, cardboard only.
All right, and then last couple updates. City staff, the team is going to be hosting the town hall tomorrow here in council chambers at 6 p.m. to talk about Headley and how to move forward. Just a reminder, this isn't an official city council meeting. It's a staff-led town hall. And then City Hall for an hour on Thursday at noon will be closed to allow the front counter staff to join everybody for a holiday luncheon. So we'll have the information posted on Facebook and on the door. So for those out there who have business in City Hall, make sure you're planning ahead. From 12 to 1 will be closed. That's it, Mayor. I'll turn it back to you.
I do have something to ask regarding the meeting tomorrow night. So given that it is not an official city council meeting, where will the seating be? Will we be out there, or where, how does it look?
Be appropriate to be out there. I think we're going to actually have a projector and a screen right here, so you wouldn't really be able to see it. Due to the issues we're having with the monitors in the room, we're having to make some minor adjustments to be able to show stuff in the room and on the broadcast.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Which hopefully Thursday will be back up and running with the monitors here in city and council chambers.
All right. All right. I will start then to my right with Mayor Potemkin.
I don't have much. I guess happy holidays, everybody. It's nice to see you. And also very tired, so enjoy your night.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate Ferndale Middle School robotics team who won the state championship last week, beating over 70 teams across southeast Michigan. And yeah, they're also looking for donations because they need $30,000 to take these well-deserving kids and their coaches and families to the World Championship in Houston. So they're looking for sponsors and donations from the community. There is a GoFundMe set up, and it's under Giggle Pickles Need You for World Championship. So if you have the means and you could donate even help them, and it would go a long way. And other than that, just happy holidays. I hope everyone has a safe and happy season.
Councilmember Polika.
Just want to wish everyone a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, joyous Festivus to the rest of us. Be safe, be joyous, and have a wonderful time.
Much the same. Also, thank you to my colleagues for, being, we're able to work together and have these kinds of challenging meetings like tonight. And even if we get a little spicy with each other, it's still respectful and we respect each other. And we know that, we can always still come together in the end. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate having a group of people I can work with and even differ with and still, consider my friends when all is said and done. So thank you. Have a happy holiday. Thank you for helping me have a wonderful first year on council. This has been a hell of a ride. Here's to 2025.
I concur with, as far as working with council. You're a great council, and I'm glad we can agree to disagree. I also am thankful for the staff. You all have helped with, you've done a lot of the work all year long, so I want you to know that your work doesn't go unnoticed, and we appreciate all of you. I want to, again, give my condolences to the Lucas family. I was able to listen to the services online, and so much that I learned about Luke that I did not know. All of his involvement, he did a lot outside of, what we saw him doing. I just wanted to share that that I've known him since high school days, because even though I went to Oak Park High, he went to Ferndale High, but we came together through the Vocational Technical Center, which is offered through CLVEC. We were both in the food service department where we were learning how to make certain foods and, serving them to individuals and really utilize them as credit, because we didn't plan on going in that area, but utilize it as credit. And I just, so I've known him a long time. I learned that he sang in the church choir, and it just brought me back to thinking about how when we were in class one day, how I talked him into performing in the talent show with me. We were going to sing a duet, and I chickened out, but he really pushed. He was ready to keep pushing me to do it every single time, but I didn't, but he was really gung-ho for it. So our friendship goes back, way back then. So I'm glad that council was able to honor him. My condolences to the DPW team for losing such a valuable employee and friend. Also, I want to congratulate, just this past Thursday was the Mayor's Business Council Awards. I just want to acknowledge the Project of the Year went to Shepherd House, Raymond Shepherd House. Company of the Year went to Fourth Try Sanctuary. Entrepreneur of the Year went to Quick's Chocolate. Corporate Executive of the Year went to Josh Champagne, Incubizu. And the Jack Aronson Corporate Citizen of the Year went to Tom Perlman. So I thought we had some great selections this year, and it was a lot of fun to celebrate those businesses. And I'm looking forward to another year of the business council, so that we can learn from one another and continue to support these businesses moving forward. So Rolanda stole my thunder regarding the Giggle Pickles, but I'm going to say that, these are middle schoolers, and for them to have gone through 12 undefeated matches, I thought was just phenomenal. They will be going to the state championships in Houston in April. I've already made my donation. I hope, because again, they're students who may not be able to afford this, so I hope we can support them in some way individually. And with that being said, I just wish everyone a safe holiday season. Enjoy time with your families, and this meeting's adjourned at what time is it, Donnie? Give me a time.
10:35.
10:35. Thank you.